Let's see where I left off. Oh. So, if you are happen to just be tuning in to any of these or are watching in the future, it is 2:30 a.m. where I'm at, and I can't sleep, or if I am sleeping, it is not a pleasant sleep. I am stressed out like crazy. And my subconscious is fucking screaming, but it's a subconscious. So I don't really know what it's saying, but it's yelling at me in my sleep quite a bit, and I'm waking up in just pools of what I hope is only sweat. I accidentally made my coffee too soon because my brain is so scrambled and all the clocks in my house are all messed up. So I thought it was 5:30 instead of 2:30. 5:30 is a totally acceptable time to wake up. I've been trying to avoid all my addictions, and that's why I'm finally writing this novel. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm not smoking pot anymore. I'm trying to go straight edge like I've wanted to for years. I'm currently giving up video games, and I'm slowly realizing that is a ridiculous and exaggerated thing to do. As long as I have self-control and I'm not playing every single day, that's not really a problem. Or, not playing all day obsessively like I used to, which I don't. I haven't for a while, but yeah. Anyways, I've been wanting to work on this forever. And this past week, with me trying to avoid some of my worser vices, this is what I've been doing. Last night, I I, 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 I had a relapse. I failed myself in my quest to stay away from my addictions, and I sat. I sat on my couch and I watched YouTube videos. Nothing but intelligent political commentary that made me more aware of the world. Jon Stewart and John Oliver, and that's about it. Watched that for a couple of hours, and it felt genuinely nice to sit and to lay on the couch and to info dump, and I was able to sleep. I was able to sleep really good for a couple of hours. And I came back down to my bed and proceeded to try and sleep for a couple of hours without a monitor on. And all I did was just panic sweat and barely sleep the entire freaking time. Because my brain does not stop processing and putting information together when I'm asleep. Like it's always quite a lot just whirling around in there. And when I'm asleep, it's unrestrained, subconscious shit. I'm not fully aware of, like, you little snippets when you wake up, but you don't really know what you know. So yeah, woke up freezing to death under one blanket, and I had to put on another one to help soak up all the sweat and keep me warm because I'm just sweating and cold as hell. Like it's like I'm fighting some kind of major disease or flu or something like that. That's kind of what it feels like. I'm being purged of a sickness. I don't know if that sickness is just my old bad habits or my entire fucking marriage. But, yeah. Yeah. I got too comfortable. I was too happy. I spent too many years taking advantage of her, though. And I gave her way too much power right at the beginning of this relationship. I trusted her way too much at the beginning of this relationship. I put her up on a pedestal, thinking she was so much better than me, so much smarter than me, so much better put together than me, that everything she said about our relationship and our future and all our plans were the right way to go. And I feel like I've had a future dangled in front of me for years that's never going to happen. She's always promising some future happiness while taking away the current one. And I feel like I've been torn down in this relationship to the point where I barely the fuck exist. And now she's telling me that I gotta rebuild myself by myself if I want to be with her. And it feels like a setup. It just feels like such a fucking setup. It's Link's Awakening. She didn't want me to talk about Link's Awakening, but you know, had she listened and understood the allegory that I was seeing, like we could have communicated. If she understood the way that I talk, we could have communicated. If she could have been direct over the years instead of giving me subtle little hints, knowing that I do not take subtle little hints at all. Like, I've had issues with other family members because they're not direct enough. You know, for years she's been hinting things, but she has not been direct. As soon as she told me that she was unhappy, like a month ago or so, I started to reverse. I started to change, but yeah, it's not enough. And she'd asked me other times, like for our vacation, for our anniversary, she wanted me to plan something for it, and I don't plan things. I don't plan things into the future, and I've learned not to plan things into the future in this relationship because she always ruins my plans. Always. She finds some way of coming along and just ruining whatever, just sabotaging whatever my goals are, no matter what. So if I tell her that I have a plan or a goal or something like that, she will shoot it down. Like, I'm lucky if I can actually finish a sentence of anything that I want to do in this relationship. I'm really lucky just to get in a word, because she'll ignore it and blow me off. And yeah. And then if I do make plans, because I've learned if I want to plan anything, I can't. I not only can I not tell my wife, I have to keep it completely secret. And even then, she'll usually find some way of coming along and ruining whatever objective I have. Why am I sitting up here bitching about my wife? No, this is the problem though. I'm trying to sleep, and I can't sleep because my mind is processing this entire damn relationship over the last 23 years, and shoulda, coulda, woulda, how we could have done things differently, how it never needed to get to this goddamn point. Never needed to get to this point, but yeah. So I don't know. I need to work on this novel. That's that's what I need to do. I need to do what I can do right now and stop this mental drift and this brooding. This is tough as hell. I filled out 5 job applications yesterday. I think maybe 6. I'll do at least 5 more today. I think my record for any day has been 7. I got I'm waiting on an email from an interview I did 2 days ago, but everything is going so goddamn slow. It feels like it's been even longer since then. I should be writing. I should be reading my novel right now. Ethereum is now above 28,000. Cardano is up 6.5% to 0.631814 in the last 23 hours. Awesome. Yeah. I invested in crypto at the wrong fucking time. Like, we were up in a bubble and there was a lot of hype. So I'm in the red on a lot of cryptos. And in order to afford to live, to feed my fucking animals, to feed myself, to buy my wife the wedding ring that I never did in the beginning of our relationship, because I was too upset that she would not let me buy a PC. It seems so stupid now. Like, I should have bought her a better quality ring to begin with. I should have been more of a man when I got into this relationship, and she should have seen what a fucking boy I was. There was plenty of signs of that, but she didn't care. She didn't care in the beginning how immature and childish I was, and I seriously overestimated how mature she was. Seriously. Like, it took me till I was like 38, 39 to realize that I was neurodivergent, that I had autism, that's what, gifted. When my teacher in school said that in the first grade, that's what that meant, was autism. And also ADD. And in the last year, I've come to realize that my wife is probably ADD too. So a lot of our issues stem from impulsivity and being bad with money. Things that I tried to deal with in the beginning of the relationship, like everything I tried to deal with in the beginning of the fucking relationship, everything that I saw as a problem, as an issue, as one of her fucking daddy issues that was getting in my way. And that's, God, like her fucking daddy issues, her fucking daddy and brother issues are the reason why I am in the situation that I am in. It's a direct result, is me being hopelessly in fucking debt and being undermined throughout my entire marriage, where she's always wanted their approval because, they were dicks growing up. Her father never gave her any attention, never gave her any support. And her older brother, who she was close to at a while, like, grew into adopting the exact same attitude. And so when I met her, she was very fucking traumatized by her brother and her father, and she has been working for their approval throughout our entire fucking marriage. So, like, in the beginning, I wanted a computer, and she told me not to buy a computer with my own money because I had goddamn good money. I was making great money, but she told me not to because her father is a porn addict, and because she didn't want me spending all my time on a computer and not going out and hanging out with her friends all the time. So I listened to her, and I did not buy a computer because you do what your girlfriend tells you to when you're in an adult relationship. That's what an adult relationship is, right? You just instantly make her mommy and do what the fuck she says. Or, because you're partners, you make decisions together. And if she says no, then we say no. And I kept asking, can I get a computer? Can I get a computer? Can I get a computer? She said, no, just wait. Get one later. No, just wait. So I said, okay. If I'm not going to get a computer to work on my dreams and to practice art, because I was drawing every single fucking day, then I guess I'll just collect these Yu-Gi-Oh card thingies because this looks interesting. She was like, okay, fine, whatever. And so I started to collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and that became a major obsession that lasted for fucking years. And I wound up spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars over the years on stupid fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But in the beginning, all I wanted was a goddamn fucking PC. And we continued to fight about the fucking PC and the computer, and I should have just bought one. Fuck her. I didn't need her fucking permission, but I did not. I just needed to save my own money. And before I got a computer, we got a house. We got a house. And I paid for the house. I paid the utilities. I paid the mortgage. I paid everything for the house. And she was too busy paying off her credit card loans that she had racked up while she was wooing me, while she was um, dating me in the beginning of the relationship. She paid for everything. She did all the wooing. She did all the driving, the every, like, it was her. She pimped the shit out of me. That was she macked me for sure. She worked her way into my life. She into my church group, with my friends. Just nestled right in, and even told me like before we moved into the house when we were having fights. You know, if we ever break up, all your friends will be my friends. And I believed her. Why wouldn't that be true? And yeah. So we get in the house, and I still want a computer. She keeps telling me not to buy a computer, or no, she. I think at that point she was like, just buy a damn computer, but I could not save the money. Because half my paycheck was going to pay for the house, and the other half was going to fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards to keep me from losing my fucking mind at the job that I fucking hated. And every day I was having a bad day at work, and I hated to be there, and I was dealing with my own mental shit and undiagnosed crap. I yeah, I kept blowing up and breaking down and shit. And after a while, I finally did get a PC. We finally managed that with a tax rebate. Got the smallest, shittiest, crappiest one we could fucking find. Little Acer. And then I needed an art program because the one that came with it was shit. So Photoshop was the one that was recommended, and she did not want me to get Photoshop. She said it was stupid to get Photoshop because her brother Patrick could get Photoshop for free. She just had to ask. So a whole nother year went by of me asking my wife on a regular basis, had Pat gotten Photoshop yet? And the answer was always, no, I don't know. I still need to ask him. And I would argue, just let me. It's the stupidity of it. Just let me buy Photoshop. I did not need her permission. I did not. I had my own goddamn fucking money. I was making really good money. I was on a great career track for that age. Instead of buying toys and impulsive shit like that, I could have stayed in that work. I could have developed skills. I could have developed my own skills on my own time because I was deeply interested in it, and I would have stayed away from a lot of childish distractions that wound up consuming my time and ultimately hurting my fucking marriage. All of that could have been avoided. Every single bit of it. All my student loans could have been avoided. The breakdown of our marriage while I was in college could have been avoided. And the whole me going to college, that was the solution. She was lined up to go to college. She was tired of me fighting about wanting to do something, learn something, basically to educate myself to get out of my job. That was the whole goal. That was my whole goal, but she didn't see that. She couldn't fathom that. So she suggested that I go to college, that I go to her college interview that she had already set up for herself. Now, she was afraid to go to college. She is dyslexic, and she's got some insecurity issues, so she was very stressed out about the prospect of going to college. And so she totally dumped that fear onto me, and I saw it as one an excuse to get out of my fucking job. I'm like, fuck it, fine. I'll just go to college and not work, which she told me I needed to work, that I still needed to have a job while I was in college, and I did not do that. So that is 100 fucking percent on me. Would have been much better had I been working. If I would have had a job while I was in college, it would have kept me sharp for sure. More invested, avoided a lot of stress, and it probably would have taught me to like juggle and manage my time better. So yeah, I should not have quit working cold turkey at that time. That was a major mistake on my behalf. But I went to college, and the first year was pretty much all generals and stress stuff, and had nothing to do with art or anything. And after a year in college, out of 3 that I spent there, because I didn't get any sort of summer vacations or anything, it was just go, 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 go to get it done. I took a year to get into Photoshop, and then that was like 1, maybe 2 semesters, and that was it. And yeah, yeah. In order to help pay for shit, we moved one of my fellow classmates into my house, and I started to clash with the guy. Rather, he started to clash with me. Um, we started having issues, me and him, and she always sided with him. inside my own house. My wife always fucking sided with him. And he was a mama's boy and someone who had managed to split up his parents' marriage when he was a kid growing up. And so he would say things to me to piss me off, to get under my skin. And he would sit down here in this very room and he would listen to us fight. Because he can hear through the floors like crazy, so he could hear every fucking word as my marriage was falling apart, as I was losing my goddamn mind. He sat down here and he listened. And then the next day he would start it all over again. And this went on every single day for 3 years. And I wanted out. I wanted out because I was afraid I was going to hurt my wife. I wanted out because I kept waking up in the middle of the night next to my wife, propped up on one elbow, with my fist in the air aimed at her head. I would never hit a woman. One of the reasons why I had a hard time dating as a kid is every single time a girl would approach me and start chatting me up, all I could imagine was all the ways that I could hurt her. All I could imagine was me doing something to make this poor girl cry and to break her heart. I imagined I could never do anything good in a relationship, so I would always back away and get super shy because I was afraid of all the pain that I could cause them in the future. So I would just shut down and back off and shy away. And my wife never really gave me that opportunity. She just go, 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 go. Just push. Just worked her way right on in. And I loved that so much. And I needed that so much. Because I was never really able to connect the way I wanted to. I always tried to as a kid, but yeah, not great at romance. Not really great at love. Not really great at trusting people. So, yeah. And in order to stay in this relationship, even at that point when I was that angry, when my subconscious was just raging all the time, I just started sleeping on the couch and shut myself the fuck down because I was being set the fuck up. Every goddamn day, my marriage was being actively fucking sabotaged. And as I tried to tell my wife that this is what was going on, she just. So. Pretty sure she said so. Like, so what? At some point, she told me to just go. She told me she didn't need me anymore. I didn't do anything for her. And yeah, part of me just left this fucking relationship at that point. Could have moved back in with my mom or some shit, but I couldn't leave my wife. Like that was the situation that she was putting me into, where I was being put into a situation to leave my wife in a house with someone who had clear intentions toward me, was actively trying to split up my marriage. She was setting me up to leave her alone in a house with that individual because she would rather be with him. She would rather live with him at that time than to live with me. She made that very clear. And he's a bad person. He's a very bad person. He's a psychopath. Tetrad type shit. Mama's boy fucking issues, like. And this is not what I want to be talking about. But this is apparently what my subconscious is forcing me to go over when I attempt to sleep. I'm supposed to be working on my goddamn fucking novel. I'm supposed to be. Let's go through here and see if I got my. No. Nope. Yeah. You know, I did my initial interview for a company I was really excited about, and I haven't seen any emails yet. Of course, it's only like day 2. It's supposed to take 2 or 3 days. I think it was 2 or 3. They sent me a follow-up personality thing, and I'm not in a good place to take a personality test. I'm not in a great place to take a fucking personality test. Like, who the fuck am I outside of this marriage? Who the fuck am I outside of all my reactive abuse. Who the fuck am I outside of all of my being shut the fuck down over the years? I've been reconnecting with who I was before I met my wife. And I really like that guy. I really, really like that guy. He's he's friendly. He's nice. He's it's a part of me I had to forget. It's it's the kindness that she has forced me to let be taken advantage of throughout the years, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. She's pushed me and pushed me and she doesn't let me set boundaries for myself. She doesn't let me make plans, but she wants me to make plans. She wants me to set boundaries. She wants me to have tastes and interests and shit. I want her to actually fucking study. I want her to actually learn how the goddamn motherfucking mind works because she is so afraid to look inside. I want her to research what reactive abuse is and see how I've behaved in this relationship. I want her to study what narcissistic abuse victim syndrome is and see if that doesn't line up with exactly everything that she fucking hates about me now. I want her to look up marijuana addiction and what smoking too much marijuana does to a person. So she can know that all these things that she's so fucking upset about, like, that's not who I am. And I don't want to say that's who she turned me into. But I didn't do it by myself. I had help. But not the help that I ever asked for. Because whenever I asked for help, I'd get the same pissed off look on her face, the same attacking gaze, the same looming sort of savagery. Why should I help you? Because we're a couple and I have weaknesses and I have struggles and I think I can be better, but I need help from my person. I need assistance from my partner because I have flaws, I have weaknesses. But I already do everything that I never ask. She jumps in, she takes control, and it's a nervous, like reactive abuse thing based on the childhood that she had growing up. And she does every goddamn fucking thing her father asks for years because it's all about trying to win his approval. And since her mother passed away, it's been double time taking care of her goddamn fucking old man. And I lost even more of my wife when her mother died. That because she had to take over and be mommy for her own fucking father. And she will not deal with her goddamn daddy issues. She will not deal with the issues with her fucking brother. She chooses to just repress that shit, not be direct about it, not deal with it, and I become the fucking scapegoat for all that emotional trajectory that she chooses not to fucking deal with. All of it got transferred to me. And she's in therapy, but she's the victim. So I am going to end up in therapy over this. I don't agree with therapy. I don't like therapy. I don't really feel it's all that necessary. The issue that I have with it is a therapist's job is to guide you out of the whatever mental place that you have found yourself in. And one, if you're not completely honest with the therapist, then what's the fucking point? They're going to give you bad directions. They're not going to be able to tell you where to go. And two, you need a therapist who has been through it themselves. If you want to find your way out of the jungle, it's best to find yourself a local guide. So you need a therapist that is open, non-judgmental, and willing to do the work, especially, and the rates are fucking ridiculous for this too. Like 1 hour at a time, $200. That's nuts. And yeah, you need someone who's actually been there. You need someone who knows the terrain. And in my case, I've always joked, why would I trust anybody that crazy? But yeah, I really wish she would go to therapy for herself. That she, and I've been saying this since the beginning, not that she needs therapy, but that she just needs to deal with these issues, to admit that they're there, and she's in such ruthless fucking denial the whole damn time. She will not face it. She will not look inside. It's always got to be about me and how I reacted and how I shut down and how I wasn't present. Like she gave me a note from like 8 years ago about how she was thinking about a separation because of how angry and brooding and thinking about things that I didn't have were. And that's when I needed a new computer. That's when I had started working again, a retail position. I only lasted for like 2 weeks because my manager that I had at the time, and by manager I mean the district leader, um, scheduled me for two 70-hour weeks in a row after I hadn't worked for years, and I just got major fucking burnouts and wound up screaming at her and fighting with her because she was a little like 20 something girl who didn't know how to fight. Like yeah, and I wound up having similar fights that I had with my wife where they ask you a question, you start to answer, and then they mumble shit under their breath as you're attempting to answer, like they're not fucking listening. They're just using it as an excuse to like subtly try to work in some bullshit and insults. And I blew the fuck up and started screaming at this poor fucking girl because I had already been through that level of abuse for fucking years in my own goddamn fucking relationship. And then I stopped working management in retail. I stopped any sort of like career trajectory in the retail business and instead went for the lowest possible position. Morning stock, overnight stock. Don't fucking bug me. It's not my problem. I'm not an authority figure because I don't have autonomy. I don't have fucking rights. Why would I continue on the management track? And during those 2 weeks that I was saving up and busting my ass to get a fucking computer again, because it's always a big deal making sure that I have a computer so that I can write, so that I can draw, so that I can create. So I can work on game design because at this point I had a fucking degree in game design that I never fucking wanted, ever fucking wanted, but passed all my goddamn fucking classes just to prove to her that I could do this shit and to stopping me from fucking buying the tools that I fucking wanted. It's the only reason I went to college, to get her off my back and to let me buy the shit that I wanted to fucking buy. So it was a stupid fucking move. I should have just bought fucking Photoshop. We could have solved so many goddamn fucking problems in this marriage right the fuck there. I would have kept my goddamn fucking maintenance job. I would have kept making $5 grand a fucking month. I would have kept paying the bills. I would have kept paying for the fucking house. I would have kept fucking supporting her and everything she wanted in the fucking marriage. All I needed was a goddamn fucking PC. I wouldn't have bought all these goddamn fucking toys. Absolutely fucking guarantee it. But she needed to infantilize me. She needed to turn me into her goddamn fucking father so that she could punish him for his shit. And she really set me up in the beginning of the relationship for that. Over and over and over and over and over the fuck again. And I told her it was happening. But during these 2 weeks, um, my dog, Dermot, kept getting into the litter box apparently, day after day after day, and just eating all the cat shit. So at the end of the 2 weeks, the day that I talked with my boss's boss and agreed that it was better that I just get out of there, that the trust had been completely violated, and I couldn't work for that company any the fuck more because of how I had reacted to the shit that was going on. Um, my dog started to shit himself uncontrollably and had to be rushed to the vet. And it turned out because of all the cat shit that he had eaten over those 2 weeks, he had to have an emergency procedure that cost every single goddamn motherfucking penny that I had busted my ass and lost a portion of my sanity and given up my fucking career goals to fucking get. All of that had to go into saving my dog's life. And my wife fucking sat there the whole goddamn time acting just innocent and oblivious. as I took all my ambitions and everything that I had worked for and been fucking tortured for, and watched it all just get pissed the fuck away. And after that, I was so mad. I was so goddamn fucking angry that she fucking put me through that shit. Like she couldn't change a fucking litter box. 70-hour weeks. 2 goddamn fucking 70-hour weeks. 2 fucking weeks. Because I was too burned out to clean out a fucking litter box after work. And she would not fucking do it. She would not watch my fucking dog. She let that shit happen. She let me burn out all my money for it. And then as I'm stuffing down fucking anger again, so I don't take it out on my wife, so I don't make her feel bad, I'm just brooding with it and sitting down and playing video games and smoking weed and trying to just make it all go the fuck away. She's telling me I have a problem, and she wanted to separate. Like you're not happy because you keep ruining all my future plans. You sabotage all my fucking future plans. And now she doesn't want to be with me because I no longer have future plans. My only plan at this point, after everything, all my dreams, just dead, gone. Yeah, everything. Even the fucking family that I was giving it all up for. Even the fucking family that I was giving it all up for because it's all about her fucking family. Her family that she came from. Her still being the daughter. Her still being the little sister. And not growing the fuck up. And realizing she was with a man who desperately wanted a fucking family. And she knows this. She knows all of this. It just, yeah. Whittled me down to the point where my only plan, my only goal was just grow old with my wife. Because she's a wonderful, radiant person. But now she doesn't want that anymore. She can't be with an infantilized child anymore. She can't be with someone that she has to make all the decisions for. She can't be with someone who can't speak up in public because she talks over him every single fucking time he tries. So, yeah. I just keep going over the postmortem in this relationship, and like so many times, I just needed to step the fuck up and just be a man. But I put her up on a pedestal. I put her up way too high. I assumed she was perfect. I assumed she just knew better than me on everything because of how fucked up I was. I had no self confidence. No, I didn't trust myself at all. But I trusted her way, 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 way too much. Could have had a much better life. So I would have been more independent from the beginning. If I wouldn't have listened to her. If I wouldn't have given in to her. But I'm the bad guy now. I'm the problem. I'm the child. I'm the, yeah. Anyways, that's enough. I think I brooded enough. Let's actually get to fucking writing because fuck it. I'm not gonna sleep tonight. I don't know what the fuck my day is gonna look like. It's her birthday. It's her birthday today. Make sure I get that text sent. Even though it's like 3:10 in the morning, I gotta make sure I get that text sent. I've been so bad with dates and remembering shit. I've struggled to remember her birthday. I've struggled to remember our anniversary. I've struggled to remember anything that I learned in my last year of college. This hurts so bad. And she's such a wonderful person. I mean, yeah, that's how I end this shit. That's how I go on. After all this crap, after all this abuse, after all her daddy issues, she's such a wonderful person. And she is. She's nice. She's very generous with her friends and very supportive of her friends. And yeah, it could have been better. It could have been a lot better. I wish I would have been. Really, really wish I would have been. I should have been kinder. I should have forgave her for shit. When it was clear that she did not have my best interests at heart, I could have left the relationship. There was a point when I was really well established and I could have left the relationship. Like there was a point when I could have had my 20s, I could have manned up, I could have been independent, and I chose to give that up. I chose to give that up. I chose to stay in this relationship. We had so many signs in the beginning. So many things that we needed to work on before we got married, before we moved into a house together. But we were young, we were dumb, we were infatuated with each other. She wanted to buy the house. That was her idea. I wanted a PC. Couldn't do that. But she wanted to buy a whole goddamn house. And I didn't hesitate. She wanted it. Fine. You want a house? Fine. I remember when I was asleep on the couch. I was passed out after work. Long, hard fucking day of maintenance. And just passed the fuck out hard on the couch in the middle of the day. And she came up next to the couch on her knees, all excited. Just a look of just pure joy on her face. Just, we can buy a house. Do you want to buy a house? Okay. And it was because of how much money I was making at the time. You know, we were both making decent money. She was making more than me. She's always made more than me. I was always in competition with her to make more money, to get a better review year after year after year to get up there. And they always told me, like, oh, we'll get you there. Don't worry, we'll get you there. And then I left that job for college. An education I really didn't want, did not need at all. I would have been potentially far more successful without the college education, with all the extra flack. Because like people like Mark Burnett or Brunette, or anyone who really comes up in the game design as artists, they do it independently. They do it not with a fucking diploma, but they do it with their own goddamn fucking sketchbook. Like that's what you need. That's what you need is a well-developed sketchbook and like clear concepts and shit like that. You don't need the whole goddamn fucking degree and shit. You will learn so much more if you come in with the honed skills, and then you can develop further in the industry. You don't need college to get into game design. Sorry guys, you fucking don't. So all those ads for game design degrees and shit like that, they're mostly garbage. Just teach yourself the shit. Blender is available, game design software is available. Whatever it is you're looking at doing in game design, do it. Teach yourself, fucking do it. And then show your work. Somebody will hire you. Somebody will absolutely hire you. Don't get suckered in. Do you want to get a degree testing video games? You can do that. Apply to Activision QA. Apply to any video game QA department and be able to think logically enough to fill out their placement test. You can do it. Don't believe the college scam. Okay? Anyways, I'm supposed to be writing my goddamn novel. And I've been dreaming for years of being able to wake up every morning and just write my fucking novel. And I've been doing it this past week now that I've given up marijuana. Because typically what I would do is, can't sleep in the middle of the night, like what's happening right now, because my brain won't shut the fuck off. So you wake up, have a bowl right next to the bed, take a couple of hits, pass back out. So that way when you wake up in the morning, you're already stoned. You are already stoned. So you might as well smoke another bowl before you start your day. So you can go through it with no motivation and your neurological joy buzzer already maxed the fuck out. So that your whole day is just flat and emotionless and disconnected. You know, she didn't have to do this. She absolutely did not need to fucking do this. At any goddamn point in her relationship, there were better ways. But she always tries to be subtle. She doesn't want to tell me what to do, so she tries to be indirect about shit. And she knows indirect does not work as a communication method with me. Her father tried some indirect shit with me and then get mad that I didn't understand what the fuck he couldn't fucking say fucking directly and have the audacity to fucking yell at me and to have try to blow up at me after years of fucking bullshit from his daughter and being wired into reactive abuse syndrome to where I just blow the fuck up unfucking controllably. And so I stormed the fuck out of there, out of that cabin. Um, Proceeded to just walk. I was ready to walk all the way back to the Twin Cities from Lake Osakis with my dog. But my dog, Dermot, was an emotional support animal, really, really sensitive to my feelings. He could see just how angry I was, how I was storming off, and didn't want to walk with me. Like, I would get so angry, he would stop walking. And so I would have to sit down. This is on a dirt road in the middle of the country, like, a couple hours out of the city. And I would get so angry, Dermot would just sit down. He was a border collie, Bernese Mountain Dog mix, and just plant himself and just look at me like, you need to calm down. And that's what his job was. And he was so good at his job. He was such a good dog. And so I would have to sit down next to my dog on a dirt road, get control of myself, get control of my breathing. And then when I finally managed that, stand up and start walking again. Because fuck him. I wasn't going back to his goddamn fucking cabin. So I start walking again and get angry again. And Dermot would plop himself down. I'd have to wait, sit, calm the fuck down again. Start walking all over again. Do it again. Repeat, repeat, repeat. People kept driving by on the road and looking at me, wondering what the fuck is going on with this angry motherfucker sitting next to a dog on the road. And I managed to get, I don't know, maybe a mile before a couple of cops pulled up on me to inquire about my angry sitting. I had to have a talk with the police about angry sitting because I looked like I was having mental problems. And this is after I'd spent a week up in the cabin all by myself with my dog. And it was wonderful. It was a wonderful week. It was a wonderful, wonderful week. I went out fishing every day. Me and Dermot bonded like crazy. It was a fantastic time. I had a wonderful week. I had one of the best weeks of my life. Ruined. Just like that. By your shitty fucking father coming in and just venting out all of his issues that he had with his own fucking son over the years. And it sounds like I'm not taking responsibility for my shit, but I take responsibility for my shit, but I also understand projection when I see it. I understand biological imperative. And I understand that people can say that you are fucking family, but it's biology that connects people, not emotionality. At the end of the day, you are family to the people you are genetically related to, and that's where you are the most loyal to. Now, had my wife and I had children at this point, or at any fucking point, we would be more deeply bonded because we had that genetic emotional connection to some like unified life. But no, she was always way too invested in her family growing up. So much so it just, no, it didn't happen for us. Feels like she's always been more invested in her friends and her family than us. I should be writing. Okay, let's Oh, it's enough whining and bitching, isn't it? I finished a whole cup of coffee. Jillian's Journey, Chapter 1. Jillian sat atop a dent. Jillian sat atop a decadently dainty throne. The silver tendrils that composed the frame she rested could have been spun by spiders. They were so fine and distantly situated that it was only by a trick of the light that they were visible. The cushion she sat on was thick and white. Stuffed with such soft down, Jillian felt she was rested upon a precipice of easy comfort that threatened to swallow her at any instant. While she was accustomed to being called pretty, she assumed this was simply because she was a princess, and those around her felt obligated to say so because princesses, as a rule, were expected to be pretty. Therefore, she was what they thought of as pretty. What Jillian saw in the mirror seemed to say otherwise. As the deeper she peered into the reversal of herself, the more compounded flaws she discovered. Her nose, though cutely upturned as one would expect, was too round and broad. Her skin was smooth and unblemished, but brown like the soil. Her eyes, too, despite being wide and bright, were just loamy pools of mud that glistened like a storm recently passed. Her hair was a tangled mass of dark knots without a single redeeming quality. Only the most merciless of nurses was tasked with attempting to straighten the mass for such events, for only the most daring could be trusted to tame that jungle. Nor was she some paper-thin wisp, despite how the meals were measured to try and take some of the plumpness from her cheeks. She wore corsets that squeezed like a serpent, tighter and tighter with every breath. She lived in a state of perpetual gnawing hunger, yet still her body would not shrink down to that magical princess size. Tonight, she was bedazzled and adorned like false treasure, all shine with no luster. Her powder blue dress had precious blue and white gems sewn into the trim and aligning the details. Under each cascading row of jewels was a lace trim made of the finest silk. What little fabric was visible to the eye, under the layers of weight that played lightly with the eyes, that's a horrible turn of phrase. More concise language would be clearer for your reader. The fabric that was visible, visible, just visible, and that way I don't have the double of visible in that line. Let's get rid of some of that repetition. Tonight she was bedazzled and adorned like false treasure, all shine with no luster. Her powder blue dress had precious blue and white gems sewn into the trim and aligning the details. Under each cascading row of jewels was a lace trim made of the finest silk. What little fabric was visible under layers of weight that played lightly with the eyes was a simple material expertly woven that would have suited Jillian fine as a plain dress. Instead, it had been ballooned into a monstrosity of puffs and poofs to hide and alter her natural frame into that of a doll. Around and before the tiny stage her lofty throne sat upon milled the most extravagant and expensive wardrobes, all worn by individuals whose entire bearing seemed part of the same facade. Each empty smile seemed fitted and stitched to the skull of the poor, desperate soul wearing them. The most frightening smiles were the ones that seemed genuine and honest, because these were the smiles that seemed fueled by a malevolent, selfish hunger as they leered her way. The worst of these was the woman she had been forced to call mother. This lady, above all, reveled in the honesty of the malicious pride that stretched her mouth into revealing porcelain-white teeth that were straight and sharp. These innocent-colored guillotines added an extra fine edge to her cutting words. Every word, either to or about the girl, seemed to slice her so finely the wound could never be seen. Every insecurity was amplified by the echo of this cold woman's casual, lilting voice that could freeze Jillian like a sudden shifting of the wind. Her lips were as red as blood, due in equal parts to the red wine the kingdom was known for and to her meticulously painted face that distorted her sharp, predatory features. This queen of the castle was a stark contrast to Jillian, in that she was fair and thin, with brilliant yellow hair that shone like the sun that fell straight and smooth down her long, slender, pale-skinned back. Her movements were lithe and graceful as her words, until the moment she would strike with some piercing remark that left Jillian feeling as helpless as a small animal in a raptor's talons. Her movements were lithe and graceful as her words, until the moment she would strike with some piercing remark that left Jillian feeling as helpless as a small animal in a raptor's talons. Seeing this frozen fear on the girl was the one thing that seemed to bring this vindictive queen a genuine smile. A smile that revealed the woman's boundless cruelty. A cruelty never revealed while the sun was up and the castle was alive with guests and diplomats, but at night, after long shadows had consumed the earth, her rage reverberated down the halls. She would scream at servants and guards, the king, and most often at Jillian herself. Jillian knew too well that the smiling, gleaming, Gentile face that the queen wore under her gaudy golden crown was the mask, and the wide, raging eyes of the angriest blue set in a beet-red face that frothed spittle at the mouth while screaming out every imperfection she had perceived or heard rumor of throughout the day, was the real face of the queen. That has a long-ass sentence. She would scream until her voice would crack under the abuse, and then she would turn violent. Of course, the queen hadn't always been this way. Once she had been a lowly maidservant who had attended the previous queen, Jillian's true mother. In those days, she had been humble and kind. After the former queen's passing, this once demure servant girl quickly worked her way into the king's bed. In Jillian's distant memory, it seemed the crown of the queen slipped off her mother's head and fell onto the Weasley usurper. When the queen was alive, this pale imitator would reflect her sentiments so purely one could never doubt her innocence. Yet when the queen passed and her benevolent, kind light was gone, the shadows left in her place revealed the twisted, jagged lines of cruelty that had framed this borrowed radiance. Jillian suffered the abuse with a quiet dignity. Although the pale queen would rage ferociously, she could not bring herself to strike with a closed fist. Only a weak, soft, half-closed, boom, claw that would flail pathetically atop Jillian's head until she either cried out or the queen retreated, clutching her bruised hand. Jillian never forgot the initial smile that spread across the sub-queen's face when she first realized she could get away with this abuse. Since that moment, over a decade ago, Jillian had never seen a more genuine smile than that moment of cruel liberation. I use cruel a lot in this paragraph. But when you start like just swapping it out and using every single synonym you can find, it sounds a little bit false too. Like if it's cruel, it's cruel. I think that's how Stephen King operates. But Stephen King's got a very fucking approach to writing. Good for him. Good for him. It's very subliminal. Now she sat, quietly poised, as the perfect princess emptied almost entirely of herself, lest some spark of soul rise within her and ignite the queen's hellish rage, which would be released as soon as the guests had left. And what a varied and almost comical collection of dignitaries there were to strut and posture before her. Each one was dressed in shimmering decadence to the degree that the sight of golden filigree had become as redundant as leaves on a tree. They paraded the hall, either dancing in wide, slow circles or simply milling about as they dined and drank while speaking in high, lofty tones, each meant to carry over the others. They came in all varieties of shapes, none of them attractive. Rather, they seemed like caricatures of excess. Some were short and wide, like a lack of height could be easily substituted for girth, and others were gaunt and haggard by a lack of definition. Other than gaudy fashion, they were all united by an ethereal disdain for each other. The guests would occasionally break from the humdrum revelry to come bid well wishes to the guest of honor, Princess Jillian. The king and queen stood to either side like guards or ticket vendors who greeted each pompous passerby with royal swagger. Even from behind, Jillian could sense their eyes lighting up at the potential prizes to be gleaned from these patrons. While they enjoyed the prestige, it was all too clear that they were here for the profit, trading Jillian's life and freedom for some grand show of handing her over to a fashionably late suitor she had never met. While she dreaded what fate might await her, she eagerly anticipated the moment she might pass through the castle gates, never to return. Another guest approached with a round, sweaty face that leered hungrily at the porcine politician slowly bowed while eyeing her up and down in the motion. He was sweaty and bright red in the face, as the light dancing and three stares had winded his limited reserves, as so much of his bearing was engaged in digestion. Damn, I'm wordy. Princess, he stammered as he bowed again, his leer widening in an even grander gesture that Gillian perceived to be a mockery. The royal guardians behind and on either side beamed at the sign of fealty, knowing it was meant for them. This entire affair was less a presentation of Gillian's beauty and more an auction, it seemed. A strange ripple moved through the crowd. The music stumbled, a sudden discordant note from every corner of the hall. Past the puffed-up politician sweating through his finery, Gillian saw him. A tall figure, draped in a dark cloak, glided lazily through the crowd. He moved like water, weaving, never rushed, as if the festivities parted to accommodate him. He was striking. Even hunched, he stood a head taller than any of the other guests. Long, dark, blackish hair draped loosely down his back. But what caught Gillian's breath were the ears, pointed, distinct, cutting clean triangles through the mess. She gasped. A high elf? But no, something was off. His presence lacked the polish described in her books. His clothes were worn, his chest was bare, red trousers tattered at the hem, and wide, bare feet that padded silently across the marble like some great beast. He plucked food from plates with a casual indifference, and joined snippets of dance only to drift away before the steps were complete. Gillian studied him, mesmerized. His narrow eyes scanned the room, not with judgment, but disinterest. They passed over brocade and gems like weeds in a field. Then he looked at her, just for a breath, and her heart leapt in her chest like an excited puppy. His steely gaze pierced her, saw her, and moved on with a flick of one thin brow. The politician beside her reddened at being ignored, puffed in outrage, until he turned and truly saw the stranger. He blanched. "By the Maker," he whispered, "it's a Nephilim." "What on earth is one doing here of all places?" the Queen asked, her silky smooth composure starting to ruffle. "And at this time?" The king, a short, once round man who now appeared drained of his juice, like a grape withered on the vine, balked, and sought his words carefully before speaking oafishly. "Perhaps it is a blessing, my queen." "Fool," the queen snapped. "Why would a member of the divine race bless any kingdom loyal to Morrigan?" With that the king, lord of the land, bit his tongue and stifled his voice. Gillian had watched her once happy, beaming father wither under the cold looks from the queen. He had lost his voice years ago and now existed as a symbol of his once greatness. The high elf strode forward with indifference, his eyes darting the rafters, as if following some invisible quarry the way a cat does. He loomed over the three figures, king, queen, and politician, and yet he had not ascended the stairs. In his shadow they instinctively cowered. The queen quickly unfroze and composed herself enough to direct a comment to the pale, aloof guest. "And by what great fortune of happenchance do we owe the honor of your presence?" His eyes darted down to her for an instant, and he again flicked his brow, this time in a look of obvious disgust. "Why do you look so sticky?" he asked the queen before turning his gaze back up toward the ceiling, like he had no interest in her reply. Gillian, despite herself, laughed. Not a long laugh, not a happy laugh, but a sudden burst, a bolt of laughter that ruptured out of some part long since forgotten. The queen snapped back with an expression that told Gillian the woman's carefully produced mask had been instantly shattered. The princess felt an ice-cold terror start to crawl up her legs as she braced for what insult or injury was to follow. As the tall figure took his first step onto the stage, he passed over the 3 steps in a single movement and rose up to block the light from above and the sight of the crowd. Before her, Gillian saw only this tall, casually intimidating figure casting a dark shadow over all that terrified her for so long. He maintained his indifference by fixing his gaze tightly to the back of the wall and tilting his head in contemplation. The politician panicked and dove off the side of the stage before scrambling on all fours to hide underneath it. The queen's menacing rabbit expression was unrestrained as she wheeled back to the pale figure above her. In the silence, the deflated monarch found his weak and faltering voice. "It is nice to see a noble elf again." At the word noble, the stranger glanced down at the shell of a man, and Gillian noted a pitying look pass over the smooth, unblemished features. That's what I got so far. Now, I wrote this book years ago. I finally sat down and I wrote it, but I wrote it clownishly. I wrote it kind of as a mockery to myself. I was very glib in how I did it. I didn't really understand allegory and metaphor as much. Basically, I sat down and I finally wrote this book after years, and then I went back and I studied Joseph Campbell and how to write and literature and how to really compose a good allegorical narrative, and got influence from Oscar Wilde and shit like that. And now I'm doing it again because I could have done better. I could have done a lot better. Happily Ever After, I think, is what I called it. If you want to find it on Amazon, Happily Ever After by Jack Waltz. It's yeah, it's pretty bad. It's got some funny bits, but it's pretty bad. So now that I got this all copy that, and then I like to pop it into ChatGPT. That's kind of how I edit and get the right mentality going. Ask anything, Control V, bam. This is a powerful and textured first chapter, lush in description, emotionally layered. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get more coffee before I go over this, and hopefully this gets me going. I should have just started writing right away instead of doing a fucking hour-long post-mortem confessional about my marriage falling the fuck apart. But it's the shit my brain is doing when I'm asleep. It won't let me stop because I have to figure things out. I have a mind that has to figure things out, that has to source things back down to the original source and figure out where the aberration, the logical flaw, like where shit got fucked up. I obsessively do this shit. And it's not healthy. I just got to live in the moment. But how do we really do that intentionally? Like, how do we live in the moment and not have any sort of like emotional backlash from our past? And if we don't deal with our shit, then we just keep repeating the same destructive patterns over and over and over again. And I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Anyways, another cup. Alrighty. Whew. I feel better. It is because I just fucking cried like a little bitch in my kitchen, but I feel better. Alright. This is a powerful and textured first chapter, lush in description, emotionally layered, and full of social tension and symbolic contrast. You're crafting a rich gothic fairy tale with subversive undertones, and it's working very well. Below are some observations broken into strengths, refinements, and literary opportunities, to help hone and elevate the piece further. Strengths, atmosphere, and mood. You've conjured a vivid, claustrophobic world through Jillian's perspective. Everything feels oppressive, from her dress to the decor to the social expectations. The sensory overload mirrors her internal anxiety well. She rested upon a precipice of easy comfort that threatened to swallow her at any instant. That has been my whole goddamn life with my wife. It's crazy that it's so stressed out and anxious, but yeah, it's this easy comfort that threatens to swallow me up. Oh, God, and it has. This metaphor is excellent. It conveys comfort as both seduction and danger. Yeah. Characterization of Jillian. Her self-awareness, quiet rebellion, and an error occurred. What do you mean an error occurred? I was depending on that. All right. Which means, am I still streaming? Yeah, it looks like I'm still streaming. Yep. Timers. Tick, 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 tick. Still ticking away. Let's see. Your first chapter. Okay. This is a different one, but it didn't crap out. Oh look, it's going. Yeah, okay. All right, let's read this one then. Oh, fuck. Feelings. God damn it. For logic. Your first chapter of Jillian's journey is an evocative, textured piece of writing. It carries emotional resonance, atmospheric weight, and introduces both the inner life of your protagonist and the external world of cruelty and pomp with real craft. Below is a comprehensive critique, focusing on what works, what could be refined, and some specific suggestions to help elevate it even further. What works exceptionally well? Strong character voice and inner world. Jillian's perspective is vivid and emotionally layered. Her insecurity, her self-awareness, and her fear are beautifully rendered, especially in the contrast between how others view her and how she sees herself. She was bedazzled and adorned like false treasure, all shine with no luster. This line is brilliant, concise, poetic, and revealing. 2. The Queen's villainy is nuanced and chilling. Yes, I was going for the whole Ice Queen thing. The Pale Queen is not a one-dimensional evil stepmother trope. You give her depth through contrast. Once kind, now monstrous, shaped by ambition and masked malice. Red as blood, due in equal parts to the red wine the kingdom was known for and for her meticulously painted face. Details like these make the world feel lived in rather than symbolic. Awesome. Because being able to create a tight allegory, but at the same time shatter the illusion of the allegory so you forget it's there. Like, that's how a good tale is really supposed to, like, get in you. World building through atmosphere. Rather than explaining lore up front, you let us feel it. The hall, the guests, the textures. We're dropped into a decadent, decaying court where fashion and status are grotesquely exaggerated. The subtle mention of Morrigan and divine race hint at a larger cosmology without dumping exposition. Jost's introduction is striking, and I love that AI knows that this is Jost. I've spent so much time going over like notes, like this is all armatured out. I have plotted out nearly every single part of this book in meticulous detail, bit by bit by bit by bit by bit, and it's just I'm filling it in, coloring it in, but I got the lines. I got my borders defined already. Joss' introduction is striking. You've done something rare. Introduced a mysterious male character in a way that heightens the protagonist rather than erasing her. He unsettles the scene and provokes change in Jillian. Yeah, I really, really wanted to do that. I did not want a male protagonist that lords over the women in the story. They need to be expressed equally. And my main thinking of that is, again, this is allegory. And we repress our opposite gender role typically. So every female like this, I'm using other characters and stuff, but these all have to come from me. These all have to be a genuine part of me for this to feel like it's a real pantheon. Seems I gotta find these little flaws and such. Yeah. He done something rare here, included a mysterious male character in a way that heightens the protagonist rather than erasing her, and he can do that very easily, erase her. I gotta be careful with him. Her laugh, her first expression of self, that's elegant storytelling. Just for a breath, and her heart leapt in her chest like an excited puppy, beautifully understated and youthful. Areas for refinement, trim for focus and clarity. Yeah, your prose is rich, sometimes too rich. At times, the sentences pile adjectives and metaphors in a way that slows pacing or muddies clarity. Example: the cushion she sat on was thick and white, stuffed with such soft down Jillian felt she was rested upon a precipice of easy comfort that threatened to swallow her at any instant. That's 5 descriptors before the core idea lands. Consider trimming or breaking into 2 sentences. Suggested edit: the cushion was thick, white, and soft. It felt like a trap. Too comfortable, too easy to sink into. Apply this to a few places, particularly long description blocks early on, and your pacing will quicken without losing atmosphere. I think I want to wait till I actually get to the end of the first chapter before I do that. I just got to figure out, like, where am I going? I've struggled with this in other versions, and I don't want to be too glib about it. So I'd rather write this area slow than try and just push out more crap again. Vary sentence structure and descriptions. Some descriptive paragraphs become a bit monotonous due to repeated structure. Yeah, her nose was, her skin was, her eyes were. Try reordering or combining elements for rhythm. Example: her nose, though cutely upturned, her skin was smooth, her eyes too. Her skin was smooth and brown like soil, her wide storm glimmered eyes set above a nose that oh yeah, okay. So instead of just picking them all out separate, just sort of like cascade down the features. I guess so. This keeps the flow dynamic and less listlike. Clarify the role of the father earlier. The king's degradation is tragic, but his shift from participant to husk happens a little abruptly. Okay. His transformation could use a smoother thread earlier on. Yeah, so his final attempt to speak feels more loaded. Okay. Consider earlier conflict. The chapter builds beautifully to the arrival of the stranger, but the earlier pages are static. Though psychologically rich, the tension is internal. A small social interaction, say an awkward conversation with a cruel lady in waiting, could break up exposition and keep things active while revealing more of Jillian's vulnerability. Final touch suggestions. Sticky insult. I am proud of that. That is a new addition. Joss's insult to the queen is wonderfully strange and layered. It feels dismissive and almost childlike, which makes it land harder. Consider highlighting Jillian's confusion or amusement a bit more. It's her moment of spark, the moment she breaks character. Joss's name. If his name isn't yet stated, this is a great time to withhold it. Let him remain the stranger, or the Nephilim, mysterious and semi-mythical, before later revealing his name. Perhaps Jillian hears it secondhand, or not until he uses it himself. Jillian's laugh. You could give that moment a beat, almost a record scratch pause. Something like, the sound startled her. It had been so long since she'd heard her own laughter. It felt like hearing a ghost. I don't hate that. Thematic echoes to strengthen. Your chapter is already strong, but here are some deepening techniques. Mirror imagery. You mentioned the mirror early. Consider returning to that metaphor as she sees the stranger, as someone who reflects back her soul rather than her surface. Masks and costumes. These recur. The queen wears a mask. Jillian is dressed like a doll. The guests smile like stitched puppets. You might play with this more concisely. The idea that the stranger alone wears no costume. Overall rating, 9 out of 10. Okay, I'll take that. You're weaving, especially because my favorite number is 9. 10 is totally overrated. You're weaving a compelling tale with a protagonist readers will root for. The voice is distinctive, the imagery rich, and the dynamics complex. With just a bit of tightening in a sentence economy and early pacing, this will shine even brighter. Think of your prose as a jewel. It already has the luster. Now you're just polishing the facets to help it catch the light. Would you like help drafting chapter 2 or structure the story arc overall? Let's see what ChatGPT can do. Based on notes, this is going to test it, in other conversations. Did I spell that right? No, I did not. Conversations based on notes in other conversations. How does, not how should, how does this chapter end? Let's see if we can do this. I'm just fucking with ChatGPT right now. Based on the extensive notes you've provided in earlier conversations, here's how chapter 1 of Jillian's story would most likely end, pulling together the tone, themes, character arcs, and narrative threads you've already set in motion. Likely ending of chapter 1, thematic integration. After Jost, in the film, high elf figure confronts the royal trio with a quiet contempt and cryptic commentary. We're in a natural turning point. Jillian has seen for the first time someone stronger than her abuser, someone unmoved by the gilded farce around her. That moment, when she laughed, is the crack in the facade. What follows should push that crack wider, ending the chapter with emotional ambiguity and a strong hook into chapter 2. Here's how it might unfold. He speaks directly to Jillian. Jost, still aloof, still not quite looking at her, finally turns his head just slightly in her direction and says something that seems insignificant to the room but piercing to her. Maybe you don't belong here. Okay, that's literally in my notes. Or more cryptically, even a caged bird sings sweeter than this. I like that. This would deepen the mystery. Who is he? Why is he here? What does he want from her? If anything. The queen lashes out but is rebuffed. The pale queen, humiliated and furious, may attempt to regain control. Perhaps she demands he leave, or that guards seize him, but no one moves. Maybe, guards, she barked, but her voice cracked like old glass. No one stepped forward. Jost turned his gaze to one of them, not menacingly, just curiously. And that was enough. The man lowered his spear and took a step back into the shadows. The queen's power, built on fear and appearance, is momentarily meaningless. Jillian sees that. The king says nothing or even bows his head. A final, quiet defeat for the old monarch. He cannot stand beside his daughter, not anymore. Jillian speaks, just one line, small but real. Wait, Jillian said. Everyone would stop, shock. Her voice hasn't mattered in years. What she says next can be vague or withheld until chapter 2 for suspense. But that she says anything is huge. Closing image. The final image of the chapter should symbolize the shift. A candlelight flickering like the illusion of the court is dying. Jost and Jillian's eyes meeting once more. Jillian's throne creaking as she leans forward, no longer frozen. Ending line example. The light behind him flickered as the ballroom fell silent. For the first time in her life, Jillian felt the world hold its breath and wait for her. Why this ending fits your arc. Jillian's core arc, she begins as a voiceless, objectified prize, but ends this chapter with the first spark of agency. Jost's role. He is a catalyst, not a savior, but someone who breaks the illusion and provokes change. You've said before, he's both a guide and an obstacle, and he inspires rebellion simply by not playing along. Tone consistency. It remains dark, beautiful, a bit surreal, but something is beginning to shift. Not yet hopeful, but destabilizing. A breath held before everything changes. All right, let's see if I can get back into it. Figure out where this is going next. His eyes then flashed back to Jillian, and his gaze hardened into dark blue razors that caught the light and held it. Like a dagger. And what was the line? I mean, the whole cage bird singing thing, that's a bit of a Maya Angelou type reference. 4. So I've been doing this for an hour and a half. I've written one sentence. That's progress. That is progress. And I've been sitting here bitching and moaning and crying into the goddamn fucking camera, and I've not had any of my comments up. People could be chatting to me on YouTube and I would see it, but I haven't even bothered opening up any chat. So I'm gonna see if people have been talking shit. I'm sure somebody has. It would make sense. I'm just sitting here bitching and crying about my life in the middle of the fucking night on a live stream, but I don't give a fuck. I wish all your opinions mattered, but no. Yeah, 420 avoidance, and nobody's commenting on Kick. Thank God. I feel sad and pathetic, but it's hard to find anyone to talk to. It really, really is. If I try to say any of this to my friends, I don't think anyone will listen to me. No one will fucking hear me. Yeah. Yay. 5 followers to go to 30. Yay. If I'm not driving people away with my fucking bitching and moaning. God, I'm so tired. I'm so tired and I'm genuinely afraid to sleep right now. I'm so afraid to go to sleep. It's not pleasant. Like I normally have a hard time sleeping, but when I'm actually am sleeping, my brain is just processing and dumping. And maybe it's just trying to like figure out how I can make it all sound like none of this is my fault. That I'm the victim of all this. And it's I didn't man up. I didn't move on when I fucking should have. I didn't fight with her hard enough. I took shit too personal. I took a lot of shit way too personal. Anyways, his eyes then flashed back to Jillian, and his gaze hardened into dark blue razors that caught the light and held it like a dagger to her throat. Oh. His eyes then flashed back to Jillian, and his gaze hardened into dark blue razors that caught the light and held it like a dagger to her throat. His eyes then flashed back to Jillian, and his gaze hardened into dark blue razors that caught the light and held it like a dagger to her throat. She felt exposed. Bare. What you think of that, ChatGPT? Yeah, I don't care. I didn't mean to close that. Sweet, awesome. Hey, Selena, how you doing? Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Doing okay. I can't sleep tonight. Well, and if I do sleep, I'm my brain's just not shutting off. Yeah, I'm kind of stressed out right now. So working on a novel. I'll go ahead and follow you back too. But yeah, just sitting up, doing some writing. Hope you're having a great day. What did I originally have set up? Let me see. Sure, let's see what ChatGPT said. His eyes then flashed back to Jillian, his gaze hardened into dark blue razors that caught the light and held it like a dagger to her throat. She felt exposed, bare, as if for the first time someone didn't see the princess and all that she was supposed to be. Instead, someone for once was seeing the girl. Jillian's breath caught in her chest. Her throat tightened, not from fear, not entirely, but from some unnamable pressure inside her that had no place to go. No one had ever looked at her like that. She was real. The crowd buzzed faintly behind her, voices muttering in disbelief, but it all seemed to come from far away. The stranger turned without a word, stepping off the stage like a shadow sliding off a wall. And then, just as his cloak vanished past the crowd, Jillian stood. Not because someone told her to, just stood. Mm. I like those two sections right there. I'm definitely, yeah. I don't really have like a predetermined uh, set length. Boom, boom, bam. What? Unnameable? That's misspelled. Ass, he muttered. Yeah. His face tightened into a scowl. You don't belong here anymore. That might be my first chapter. I don't know. Because ordinarily with this, I pack it so full. Like there's supposed to be so much action going on here. This is an absolutely powerful and resonant place to end chapter one. A visceral, transformative moment for Jillian where she is truly seen for the first time, and life she has known begins to fracture with a single sentence. The addition of "you don't belong here anymore" is pitch perfect. It isn't a rescue, it's a recognition. Cloak trailing like smoke behind him as if he hadn't just shattered the spell cast over her whole life. Jillian sat frozen, but her fingers clenched for so long in her lap twitched open. Somewhere deep inside, something ancient and buried shifted, and for the first time in years, she did not brace for what the Queen would say next. fishing. It still says fishing. I gotta get in and edit that. I gotta get in and edit that. Let's go to the creator dashboard. That's not what this title is. I'm not fishing. I was fishing last night. Stream manager. Edit stream. 420 avoidance. Writing the novel. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Is that really where I want to end it? I kind of like that. It's a little bit more abrupt than what I had planned, but it's decent. And honestly, if I keep the chapters small and just have a lot of them, it's more likely to get picked up. These long chapters can fucking kill a read. Like I'm reading Vampire Hunter D right now to help me pass out when I'm having trouble sleeping. And yeah, the chapters too long and they go over like too many areas. They're not broken up. You go from location to location to location. Time is all over the place. Like it's really not divided well. Okay. And it's okay not to write as long as I just sit here and, have the mindset to write. That's fine. Yeah, stop taking it so seriously. Have fun with it. Not making it corny. Oh fuck! Is this cognitive resistance? Is what I call it. You get this just hit of dopamine that tells you to just chill and be lazy. And, why? Why? You can just be comfortable. You don't have to. You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to try. Julian noted his cloak was in actuality a long tattered jacket with the sleeves missing. Snapped at the queen. Like it's going to be a redundancy, but I can fix that later. Stupid brain. Stupid brain. I don't know what the fuck to do with myself right now. I got this feeling that's welling up inside of me, and it just tells me it would be so comfortable and so nice. Oh, to just curl up in a ball and fucking die. Sounds pleasant. Sounds. I wish it hadn't gotten to this point. I really, really wish it hadn't gotten to this fucking point. But she gave me options. She told me what she needed, and I didn't listen. She's been telling me for months. She's been subtly suggesting. Subtlety doesn't fucking work for me. Oh, you can't be subtle with me. I need you to tell me directly. But, and she tried. She tried to be as direct as she could. She told me what she needed. She told me what she wanted. And I ignored her. I focused on other things other than her, other than what she needed, other than what she wanted for this relationship. I did that. I did that to her. Just over the last few months. Just, going back to December when things were still fine. It's this year. This year leading up to our anniversary. It's just me. It's me. She can't deal with any more of me. She's growing. She's becoming confident. She's evolving, and I thought I was too. I really thought I was too. But I'm always changing. I'm always trying new things. It's always something I'm into for a little while, and I just drop it. And she's given me so many fucking opportunities and so many chances on so many different ambitions and projects. The fact that I just started another one and then can't stay focused on that. Why? Why would she stick around? But I've asked her to be my manager. I've asked her to help me stay on point and to keep me organized. But she doesn't want to do that. She works all day. Why should she have to manage me afterwards and help me with trying to do it? I should just do it myself, or I should find somebody else to help me, or I should find an editor or a publisher or whatever. Admittedly, part of the whole appeal of her is that I thought she would help me with this. I thought she would help me with this, get this done. I mentioned this novel to her the first day that I met her, the first time we were making out. I mentioned I was writing this exact novel, and she said, "Oh, when you write it, I can get it published for you. I can manage it," because she was, an up and coming professional and stuff. And that was a big draw. That was a major, major draw. Now I'm actually thinking this is going to end up being about her. Seize him, put him in chains. No. Meh. I always have a hard time writing lines for this character. Bleh. Seize him. Do not let him disrupt the ritual. See, go back to ChatGPT, see what it says. Oh, I want to crawl up and die. I really, really do. One of the things I've been trying to focus on over the last few weeks is pushing past my mental resistances in order to build up better reserves. And it's been really, really tough. This is years and years and years of just abusing marijuana, like fucking crazy. I know that's a big part of it. I've always had, concentration issues, but excellent continuation. This is a sharp escalation that fits beautifully with the tone you've built. The Queen's mask shatters in front of the court, and her loss of composure becomes public embarrassment. You've also cleverly slipped in the line, do not let him disrupt the ritual. That's loaded. It suggests something sacred, political, or darkly magical is underway, adding an ominous undertone and high stakes to this encounter. Let's carry this moment to its natural climax while keeping Jillian central, showing the stranger's calm defiance and deepening the mystery. Here's a continuation from your line. Let's see what it says. He glanced at the Queen again with casual dismissal before turning back and facing the crowd. Jillian noted his cloak was a long tattered jacket with the sleeves missing, and the tail of it snapped at the Queen like a whip. With this second assault to her ego, she snapped, her rage now fully on display for the court to see. "Guards!" she shrieked, raising a clawed hand. "Seize him! Do not let him disrupt the ritual." The words echoed through the hall like a stone dropped in still water. That's good. But no one moved. The guards stood frozen, eyes flicking to one another, waiting for someone else to step forward first. Like that, the stranger didn't flinch. He looked slowly from one guard to the next, his face unreadable, bored even, as if they were all background noise to some far more interesting thought. He sighed. "Still playing your little pageant," he said, and then to the whole room. "How long are you going to pretend this matters?" He spread his arms, not wide, but enough to show his empty hands. No sword, no weapon, and in doing so he revealed the constellation of sacred runes along his forearms, faintly glowing beneath his skin. No. I like that. Clusterfly. 4:36. 2 hours, and I managed to put in, what, half a page? Yeah, let's see. Words echoed through the hall like a stone dropped in still water, but no one moved. The guards stood frozen, eyes flicking to one another, waiting for someone else to step forward first. What I want to have them say to the crowd is, "You're all trash. You're all garbage." But that just seems a little too, I don't know, Jersey Shore. This is tough. This is really, really tough. I feel like I'm really, really struggling today. Today's gonna be a really, really rough day. I already know it. Oh God, this is gonna be rough. Fuck, this is gonna be rough. I gotta work through it. I gotta work through it. I gotta make steps. I gotta find a job. I gotta reach out. I gotta have the courage to reach out to people and ask for help. That's what I gotta try and do today. I have to try and ask for help. Fuck. I gotta ask for help without asking anybody to fucking rescue me. The words echoed through the hall like a stone dropped in still water, but no one moved. The guards stood frozen. The words echoed through the hall like a stone dropped in still water, but no one moved. The guards stood frozen, eyes flicking to one another, waiting for someone else to step forward first. The stranger didn't flinch. He looked slowly from one guard to the next, his face unreadable, bored even, as if they were all background noise to some far more interesting thought. He sighed. Still playing your little pageant, he said, and then to the whole room. How long are you going to pretend this matters? No. I know exactly what you vermin are. Now, flee before me for my amusement. He spread his arms. Control C. Taking what ChatGPT has suggested for it and making my own like subtle little changes. Totally just cheating, but I mean I've got it, so decently knows my voice, but it kind of makes weird suggestions. He spread his arms, not wide, but enough to show his empty hands. No sword, no weapon, and in doing so, he revealed the constellation of scarred runes along his forearms, faintly glowing beneath his skin. No, he does not have scarred runes. He does not have scars. He cannot scar. And in doing so, it doesn't matter what the fuck happened before. It doesn't matter what the fuck is in her past. It doesn't matter what the fuck her history is and what shit happened 20 goddamn motherfucking years ago that led us to this fucking course. I stayed on this fucking course. I could have gotten off it. I could have changed things. I could have manned the fuck up. I let myself be. It was comfortable. It was easy. It was so much easier to just sacrifice control and will and everything the fuck else. It was foolish and childish. I wish we hadn't gotten to this point. I really, really wish we hadn't gotten to this point. I wish you could have listened to me at so many other times before I just. Awesome. That's great. Just dropped and started all over again. That's good. That's good. I needed to. I needed to start over. Nope, those are still going. Oh, I'm starting over. I'm always starting over. That's good. It's good. Balls. I don't like balls of fire or fireballs. In doing so, twin flames. I gotta eat something. I'm hungry. It's good. It's good. I'm hungry. Yeah. Let's copy that. Boom. No. Is the boom. Put that there. Do. No. You. What's up, Mo? Mojo. Please don't go into destruction mode right now. I'm just not in the mood to deal with it. At all. Mojo, knock it off. Mojo, no. Knock it off. Hey, asshole. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Hey, dude. Hi. Sorry we haven't had our petting session yet today. Really, really sorry about that. Yeah, really, really sorry about that. The anger issues that I used to have, like waking up angry and full of rage and shit, that stuff went on for years and years and years and years and didn't stop until I got a rabbit. That's what it took. It took a rabbit. It took me having a small, sensitive creature to wake up to every single morning to retrain my brain to stop waking up in a reactive rage to shit that happened years ago. It's taken me years to work through that fucking anger and find a place of peace. And it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. I was able to stop doing that. I was able to stop waking up in a rage and anger and just furious. It's all because I got my bunny. And yet my wife's therapist and her best friend say that I am more bonded to my bunny than I am to my wife. As their features twisted into something menacing and very afraid. Horrific transformation lasted for a moment before the once attendee. Yeah. All right. Bam. Let's see what it says about that. I think that's the end of my first chapter. I think that's it. In which case, I might take a little break, go lift some weights. The ending is absolutely fierce. You've struck a perfect climax for chapter 1. It burns the old world down and opens a door to something primal, terrifying, and deeply liberating. Let's talk about what you've accomplished here and how well it fits your broader themes. Narrative payoff and character arcs. Jillian's powerlessness is finally pierced by an outside force who doesn't see her as property, but also doesn't coddle her. That line, "Don't worry, little bird, you'll fly soon," is exactly the kind of mythic, layered promise she needs. It doesn't save her, but it names her potential. Yes. The Queen's facade shatters in public. Her control slips. Her social power breaks down just as in the film's flames rise. This isn't just embarrassment, it's symbolic dethronement. The ritual is hinted at but disrupted, which gives this moment extra urgency and stakes without over-explaining. The flaming touch and transformation of the dignitary not only adds horror and awe, it reveals corruption, visually confirming that these noble elites are rotted beneath the surface. That single death tells us the stakes. The Nephilim doesn't play court games. His justice is cleansing and final. Thematic strength. You've woven a powerful critique of appearance, hierarchy, and inherited roles. Jillian's self-image is dismantled early, and now, at the moment she is about to be auctioned, she's finally seen. That's not romantic. It's revelatory, existential. The visual motifs. Spider silk thrones, serpent corsets, sticky masks, gold leaf parasites. Give this chapter rich, grotesque fantasy texture reminiscent of Mervyn Peake, Gormenghast, or Tad Williams at his best. Suggested final line for maximum punch. Consider this as a last sentence to end the chapter. The crowd screamed. The Queen did not. Jillian watched the ash fall like snow and felt, for the first time, warm. No, fuck that. It leaves us with contrast between Jillian and the court, with imagery that feels mythic and fragile, with a hint of awakening, not rescue. If you're ready, chapter 2 can now pivot to Jillian's punishment or escape. A private audience with an Nephilim. Flashback or deeper world building on the ritual or Morrigan. No, I don't want any of that. I'm good. I know where chapter 2 we're going to continue on with this. We're not doing any flashbacks or exposition. We can explain Morrigan in the next chapter. God, I hate this. I hate that I hate that I have the material. I really, really do. I hate that. Why are you destroying shit, dude? Are you out of hay? Come here. Come here. You're being a little dick. You're being a little dick. And I love you. I love you so, so much, buddy, but you're such a little douche. You are such a little douche. Yeah, go ahead. I know, buddy. I know. I know. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I love you and you're okay. Okay. You can go. Yeah, let me give you a treat, dude. I know you don't like being picked up. You don't like being held. I know. It's a little anxious for you. Yeah. Should we explore what the ritual was meant to do and why Jillian had to be a part of it? Use the previous notes. You know what's next. Try it. Absolutely. Based on your notes and narrative rhythm, the next beats are already burning under the surface. The Nephilim arrival wasn't just a spectacle, it's a disruption, a catalyst. What follows must escalate Jillian's awakening, the Queen's desperation, and a hint at the greater mythic art. Here's how Chapter 1 can end. I already told you how Chapter 1 fucking ends. This is where I get a little annoyed with ChatGPT. Like, you're not a fucking writer, bitch. You're an editor. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm in a mood. Finally, something just clicked. I tapped into my bad attitude, I guess. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about any of that. You're supposed to be writing Chapter 2, you dumb fucking... Anyways. Tapped into that shadow. Yeah. Tapped into some of that anger I've been holding on to. What are you writing? How long ago was this? Shit. I'm writing a novel. I've been working on it since I was 19 years old. I'm 44 now, so this is a 25-year process of trying to figure this out and get this together. And yeah, going through some stuff, getting cleaned up, and yeah, doing this to help keep from using. That's what this is. This is me just kind of trying to figure my life out, trying to start over at 44. So yeah, writing an allegory, trying to write something that can someday be a part of the humanities, something that maybe someday after I'm gone can be called a classic. We'll see. Yeah, nothing there. But thanks for the comment. I'm sorry if I didn't get back to you in time. It's not giving me a time as to when that popped up, and I've been kind of in my own headspace milling over stuff. So thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. I gotta go use the lab. Make some more coffee. I don't want to feel anything, but I know I have to feel everything. Oh God, so just Mojo, please stop. Mojo, knock it off, you little douche. Hi, you just coming out here chewing cardboard and shit? Is your hay bag empty? Let me adjust that. Let me put some hay in there for you. Try and get you to settle and be okay. Are you chewing on more cord wraps? Dude, okay, I see what you're chewing on. That is something you're supposed to be chewing on, but still, dude. Yo, dude. So yeah, I feel like I got chapter 1. I feel good about that. I feel like I can take a little breaky poo and let's do some sketching. Let's do a little sketching. Cause goddamn it, I can't. I just can't. I gotta keep streaming. It's looking like I'm gonna be streaming like all day, just to try and keep from hurting myself. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to stay sober. Trying to keep from shutting the fuck down. Like I always do. Like I always do. She couldn't work with me. She couldn't fucking help me. She couldn't communicate fucking directly with me. I mean, she's been trying. She's been trying. She absolutely has been fucking trying. But I wouldn't listen. I was too stubborn. I wouldn't go to fucking therapy when she needed me to. But you know what? They would have just suggested a separation. It wasn't. It was not to help me. It was for her. I really hate this. I hate all of this. I hate every single fucking bit of this. That we broke each other's trust. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We broke each other's trust. Oh, I've let her down so many fucking times. And my dog needs something. What's up, Boo? You need to go outside? You need to go potty? You need to go potty? Yeah? Okay. What's this? More stuff. Oh geez, my dog's heart outside potty from your stream and all. Sorry. Sorry about that. Dogs are fun. What kind of dog do you got? Maybe I want the robe instead of the blanket. Alright, let's get rid of that layer. Let's add a new layer, and let's do some doodling. Let's do some gesturing. I just finished a chapter I've been working on for a while in a book, and I'm just trying to like get rid of some anxiety and anxious energy and work through some tough feelings I'm having right now. So just do some simple, I don't know, start with boxes. Do some simple squares. Get the arms warmed up. Maybe at some point find an actual shirt. But I think what I want to do is practice figures for a little while after I do just some simple warm-ups. The other way, start exercising these fine muscles, getting these rotations, keeping my elbow up, trying not to rest too much of the hand on the surface. Do this for a while until it's time for me to actually walk my dog. Sorry if that was another trigger word for your critter. Ugh, too hot now. Must be heating up. Our circles. And just block these in without spending too much time on them so they don't look like hairy little dust bunnies. And shape them in. Alright, triangles. What does your husband do? Oh, he sits around and plays video games all day and plays with his animals. Oh, really? Is that it? Is that all he does? Well, he used to be an artist and a writer and a game designer, and he studies robotics and philosophy and psychology, but no, he just sits around and plays video games all goddamn day. Totally boring. Comes up with theories, study entomology, etymology. But no, he has no life. He has no friends. He doesn't go anywhere. He put everything into a house and a home and a relationship and is content and doesn't need to go anywhere. It just sucks. I want to travel the world. I want to see shit. And when I wanted a house, he bought me a fucking house. And he paid for it for years. And when I was afraid to go to college, he went to college. And he got a degree. Keep drawing, keep doodling, keep moving forward. The cylinders that I'm doing are just a subtle variation of the squares that I did up above. So I'm just taking the basic shapes and combining the circle with the square to render this three-dimensional object very quickly, because I need to learn to work quickly and confidently to create quicker sketches so I don't spend all my time plotting and then burn out all my initial interest. That's right. It's just practice. Develop the muscles, develop the strength, develop patience, develop the forgiveness. Suppose I should do like Taurus knots next, or better yet, let's see if I can do pretzels. God, I picked up so many hodgepodge hobbies over the years and did various things to just occupy my time. Every time I get close to any kind of mastery, I sabotage myself, or what am I doing? Why can't I draw a pretzel? Why am I having a hard time picturing what the fuck a pretzel looks like right now? Mo, please don't start destroying things right now. I still gotta fill up your hay bag. I still gotta fill up my rabbit's hay bag. That's what I gotta do. Oh God. Mojo, you just chewing on a cardboard? Yeah, that is there for you to chew on. That's right. Dog grumble upstairs. Wow. Wow. This week. Mojo. Please stop, Mojo. That's right. You're just chewing on cardboard you're supposed to chew on. I shouldn't be mad at you. Pretzels. Look up images of pretzels. Yeah, I don't know how long I thought I could actually live this way. I don't know how I thought I could maintain this life the way I've been living it. I knew it wasn't, but I kept thinking like something was going to come along and just change, like some miraculous transformation was going to occur, or some divine intervention. And that's one hell of a trap. That princess syndrome, where you think someone's going to come in and rescue you at all times, and sometimes your rescuer is every single bit as bad as what you needed to be rescued from. I love Sketchbook Pro. It's such a simple art program. Um, but it's not great on the stylus system that I'm using. So it's okay for sketching, but I don't really have a lot of control because the features are more for a touch screen. So I can't do like size and scale adjustments. I could use Krita, but Krita I don't really know the layout of as much, and it's like a high demand, or a really professional program that I should be getting into if I want to do more like digital art stuff instead of just this art practice. But Sketchbook is very comfortable. Mojo, Mojo Bunny, please stop. No, you're just going ham on that cat toy. I know. It's destruction. That's right. I was supposed to. I keep saying I gotta fill up your hay bag. I keep fucking forgetting I gotta fill up your hay bag. I've just been so spacey and stressed out. Mo mo mo. Mo 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 mo. Mojo. Mojo Bunny. Mojo. Hi, my dude. Hi, my fuzzy little man. Hi, 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 hi. All right, let's keep practicing. Doing a pretzel just because it's an interesting shape that twists around on itself. I'm trying to get a little raise my skill level a little bit. Damn it, eraser mode. Uh, get myself warmed up. I want to do a little figure sketching, practicing on contours in a little bit. What time is it? 5:25. Okay. I'll figure out what I'm gonna be doing for like streams and stuff. Pretty sure I am going to be streaming all day today. All day today. I don't really want to be alone with myself right now. So thank you for watching, for tuning in, for being a part of this. I appreciate you. I really, really do. It'd be great if I could get my way to affiliate. If I could even turn this into a career or something, that'd be great. Who knows? Kind of done with dreams though. Okay. What's up, buddy? Hi. What you honking for? You excited? Hi. Hello, Mojo. I gotta clean up your cage today. Yeah. Yep. 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 Gotta clean your cage. Gotta. Oh, I gotta do some cutting with the sword. I gotta do some meditation. Try and get my stress level down. Try to get my body temperature down. Hopefully, it's gonna rain today. Hopefully, I can get myself to a point where I can be healthy enough to donate plasma. Bonk is up 15.2% in the last 18 hours. MP is up 9.4%. XLM, Stellar Lumens is up 12.2% in the last 24 hours. Hey, Mo. Hey, Lou. I'm sorry, darling. I know. Mojo, do you mind if I lock you up for a little bit so I can let Lulabelle down here? Would that be okay with you? I have a rabbit, and I have a dog, and I have a cat, and I have a bearded dragon, and I do not cohabitate my animals very often. The cat will chase the bunny for fun, and the bunny will turn and straight up attack the cat viciously. The bunny gets jealous, the dog gets jealous. If I give the dog or the bunny a treat, the other one wants a treat. So I don't give them too much interaction. And then, of course, there's the whole, lizards can pass on salmonella, and cats have their own bacteria. Ammonia. Cats pass on ammonia. Bunnies are freaking fragile, ridiculously fragile creatures. Am I making any money off of this? Or am I at least getting out of the red? Oh, it'd be awesome if we had like a major crypto boom today. Like if it just shot up and fixed all my financial problems. I know, Lou. Okay, Lulu. The bunny's in his cage. I'm gonna lock him up for a little bit. I'm sorry, Mo. Eat your hay. Eat your hay, Mo. Yep, you're gonna be a cage bunny for a little while. I know you don't like it. You always want to be free roam 100% of the time, but it's not fair. It's not fair for you to take up a whole section of the house, and for my dog to have to be locked up or locked away when she wants attention and needs bonding, needs closeness, because that's how dogs work. Dogs are man's best friend. Best part about being a human is you get to have a dog. Best part about being a human, having a dog. Come on, baby girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, you're down here. There's no great prize, but you can hop up on the bed. Or you want to crawl under the desk? Why do you want to be under the desk? Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Yeah, you know. You know. Oh, God. Fuck. Nope, that's cool. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, dog needed to go out. It takes priority. Oh, God. 5:31. We got 3 hours until the stock market's open. Mm. Can't say I got high hopes. I need to go out, but they were being babies about it because it's wet outside. Yeah, I kind of got a girly dog myself. Doesn't like it when it's too hot. Doesn't like it when it's too wet. What kind of dogs do you got? I'm guessing little ones because you mentioned plural and babies. Okay, let's see if I can do that without drawing over anything. Oh, nice. A lab pit mix and an Australian shepherd. Awesome. Yeah. Well, they're all babies. Mine is a shepherd collie mix. I named Lulabelle, which means beautiful princess. Total baby. Total baby. And you prance too, don't you, darling? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Thank you. The wife did not like my first pick of a name. I was going to call her Lulu Bell, and she said that sounded too much like white trash. But when I did the research and discovered that Lulu Bell is the English equivalent or the American equivalent of Lula Bell, all of a sudden that was perfect. So yeah, my beautiful princess. Here, she's up on the bed. Can you stop licking yourself so I can show you off? Put that leg down. This is not OnlyFans. Okay. Yeah, you being weird. You being a weird, quirky girl. And that's just your head. Okay, I gotta. No, don't do that yet. Put that down. Just wait. There we go. That's an image of my little princess. I like to show her off. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Do I need to put something on your paws today? How are your allergies? Hi. Hi, princess. Yeah. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. Nice. Marceline, but Marcy for short. Is that a Adventure Time reference? Yeah, she's a really neat character. A lot of depth. Um, that's a series I've tried to binge watch. Yeah, it's really good. About the, I'm really into the lessons that we can learn from like stories and stuff like that. Like I've done a bit of writing and I've discovered, everything is pretty allegorical. Like good writing is kind of like showing the world your butthole. Like it's very personal when you really get into it, and you can try to write the most nonsensical stuff like the first couple seasons of Adventure Time, but there's definitely a weight to it and a depth to the storytelling. Yeah, yeah, like the Felix the cat and yeah, Felix the cat. That would be, yep, that'd be the oldest like granddaddy of Mickey type of dude. My grandma used to rent all those things for me when I was a kid. A lot of the old timey cartoons and the '80s stuff. I was a total He-Man, Thundercats kid when I was little. So what am I doing? Every Betty Boop song. Wow, that's a fan. So what am I doing? Constructing shapes. This one, yeah, this goes over, this goes under. So this one is actually under here, around like that, up, and then down to connect to that. Okay, not bad, not great. Practice. I haven't, unfortunately. I was what was I doing at the time when it was new and fresh? I think attempting to adult or something like that, and I didn't really get the genius of it until I started to watch some of the stuff like that had been out for a little while. So no, I haven't been able to like sit down and just go straight through it. I haven't been able to make that time. I'd like to, but yeah, I'm supposed to be adulting. I'm supposed to like have a career and stuff. So, all right, I think I'm good with this. I need to try something a little more complex. Gesture out some figures, I guess, or yeah. Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe someday. I've been I don't know. I've been wanting to like kind of do some staycation type stuff, but I'm just at a point in my life where I really can't afford to. Okay. You know what? Let's grab this dude. Ugh. Savage He-Man. Called him He-Manly Man. And this would be a nice little reference for me to use for figure and some muscle and just playing around with contour. Boom. Ah. Which this figure is pretty neat because if you look at the old comics and the original concept of He-Man, this dude is actually closer to the original. Did you paint that wall? Or is that a tapestry? That's a tapestry. Unfortunately, I always planned on someday taking it down and painting something there, but looks like I'm going to be moving out of my house soon, so there's no point in doing that. Um, yeah, kind of going through a weird transition in my life. where I'm being evicted out of it. I guess I don't know. Shit's changing. Trying to grow up. Yeah. Any luck finding a place? You good? You stable? Or yeah, new life, new changes. It's always changing. Foreclosure is a slow and weird process. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. For us, it's not foreclosure. It's my marriage falling apart. My wife can't be in this house with me anymore. It's just too many bad years. Yeah, yeah. I feel you. Good luck. Good luck. You got this. You got this. I know it's tough, but you got this. Sorry. Yeah. But life has to change. Life has to change. We can't stagnate. Yeah. It's okay. I still hope we can figure this out. I really, really hope we can figure this out. But it feels like all these things she's doing to make me like improve and try to get my life together just feels like a trap to dump me off and let me go. And anyways, we're doing contours. We are contouring a figure and working on our shape theory and our lines. That's what's important. Let's focus on what we can do. Let's focus on not crawling back into the bottle or smoking weed or curling up and yeah, giving up. Do what you can while you can. Yeah, yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. Suppose that'd be worse. That'd be a lot worse. If it didn't matter. I miss us so goddamn much. Thank you. We used to be a cute couple. We used to be some cute kids. But yeah, shit happened. We didn't communicate well in the beginning. We didn't coordinate our goals and our plans appropriately. We didn't. I gave her way too much power in the beginning of the relationship. I put her up on this pedestal, assuming that she could do no wrong, and didn't recognize that we were both flawed, and that it was our broken pieces together that made us whole. And instead, I gave her way more power and authority in the relationship than she needed to have, instead of being independent. And yeah, I didn't make enough of my own decisions. I sacrificed way too much autonomy way too early on. Okay, so you're heading up on the 7 year itch. Um, we change completely every 7 years, like on a cellular level. Yeah, 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 it really does. So yeah, the 7 year itch. This is when you're gonna prove whether or not you guys have actually been growing together. And it is vital that you stay connected and you are on the same plan. Don't let yourself be divided. That's that's right about the time me and my wife actually broke. And it's been 13 years since then. We've just been hanging on and going through the motions, I guess. We've been trying to come back together, but that's when we shattered, and we're still this is the echo of it. Oh, so love them while you got them. Work through it. Oh fuck, yeah, it's really hard. It's really, and I still love her so much. She's still the most amazing woman that I know. She gets more wonderful every year, every day, and it seems like I just do the opposite. I crawl into myself. I isolate. I brood. I spend all my time in books and video games and search for meaning and illumination. but not really living. Like I suffer the philosopher's hell. That's what I do. Like according to Milton, I am in the philosopher's hell, where I will sit around and think about the good and contemplate the good and what we should do, but I don't really do anything about it. Like, but like to be in this marriage, I've had to become a Zen master. I've studied Buddhism and Stoicism and psychology and everything I could to become better. I've discovered supplements in order to get my neurology, neurochemistry aligned so where I'm not, desirous or reactive or anything like that. And I don't know, it's never good enough. Yeah, it's not. It's yeah. Yeah, she's flawed. She's human. I've been telling her since the beginning of the relationship. She's got some things that she needs to work on. She's got some serious issues with her father that she's projected on me, and I've let myself be infantilized. I've let myself because it's an awesome trait when you're in love with a I hate saying the word, but like a compassionate narcissist. She makes you feel really, really good and really, really bad at the same time. So I feel like I can't do shit, and she'll just do everything. And why not? Like, why not? If you're trading your autonomy for a life of easy comfort and so much comfort, she makes me so damn comfortable. She makes sure that I eat, and she jumps in and she does everything. But then she gets mad that I don't praise her for doing everything that I never asked. And if I ask her to do anything for me, any type of favor or help, oh God, she fucking turns on me. She hates it. She absolutely hates it. But if her dad asks her to do anything, she just jumps in, does it, takes care of him, and it's every stupid little thing that he should be doing for himself. And then she goes and does that for me, and that I don't ask her to do. I've asked her to help me learn how to do myself, and she doesn't want to do that. She just gets mad at me, and so I just shut down. Yeah, I just shut down. If I'm a child and you're the parent, fine. I will act like a child. That sounds like an awesome trade. I don't have any responsibility, and then nothing is my fault. And yeah, I should. Oh God. Yeah. So I'm streaming today. I have to stream like all day because it's her birthday. Yeah, that's what it is. I had dreams, I had ambitions, I had goals, and now the only goal I have left was just to grow old with her, and she wants to take that away too. So I'm trying not to grow up and die today. I'm trying not to drink. I'm trying not to smoke weed. I'm trying to make progress and grow, but every single time I think I'm making transition, every time I think I'm getting better, she tells me it's not good enough. She kicks the feet out from underneath me. But I have to keep fucking fighting. Like it's the same process either way, whether we're gonna stay together or not. I have to stand on my own feet. I have to be independent of her. And then maybe we can work on it. Maybe she'll actually like open up to a therapist and talk about her childhood trauma and the abuse from her father and the crap from her older brother, like all these people whose approval she's been so desperately seeking the whole time we've been together. And when I met her, she was clearly traumatized and crying about the way she had been treated growing up. And then she just transferred all of that onto me. I became the scapegoat. And I told her it was happening. But narcissists do not introspect. You can't get them to look inside and see what the flaw. And I've seen them since the beginning. I see all her flaws, all her spots, all her freckles, and I love them. I love every fucking bit of, but I haven't treated her as well as I should. Because the only way to stay in the relationship is just to shut the fuck down. Oh fuck! I mean, she talks over me in public. She interrupts even my phone calls. But if I so much as cough weird while she's on the phone, I will get chewed out for it later. I yeah. I shouldn't complain about her. I really shouldn't. She's a wonderful person. Yeah, I swear she shines. She has a radiance. Yeah, yeah. I know. It's so common. It's so sad. It's a child wound that they have. Narcissism comes from a parent not being there for them. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That is not okay. That is not okay. Doesn't matter if you did laugh. That is not okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm really sorry. I truly, that's not fair. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Yep. Mm. Mischief, what are you doing? Missy, mischief. It's my cat. Thank God for my animals. Thank God for my animals. Come here, mischief. Yeah, I want to show you off. I want to show off my pretty kitty for a second while I can. It's good. This is mischief. This is my runty little Maine Coon Bengal mix who looks like every crappy cat from every cat food bag. Don't you? You don't look special at all, but you are. Mwah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's my little Missy. Um, I actually bought her because my wife loves cats, but I can't trust my wife to like clean the litter box or anything like that. So I had a dog who got fatally ill because he kept eating cat shit because I was working 70 hours a week and I wasn't home and she was not taking care of shit. So since then, I have a cat. So all that responsibility is mine and I can't be mad at her for it. And that's why I got mischief. That and if she got a cat, she would just get any cat because any cat would do. And I want the most advanced brain that I can get because I like intelligent animals. Yeah, sorry for blubbering. Like I said, I'm doing this to keep myself just kind of together today. It's her birthday. It is her birthday today, and I am not going to see her. She's got plans. She made plans without me because I'm a horrible absent husband who doesn't give her enough attention. And even the way you're talking and thinking is like a mirror, but gender swapped. And in the future, I'm glad I ended up here. I hear that from a lot of people that have been through similar stuff. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. You know, I've tried to give her a life, but whenever I try, I don't know. I can't make plans. She's mad at me that I don't have plans anymore, but every fucking plan I've made, it seems like she's come along and sabotaged or tried to control or something. And then now she's to a point where she wants me to make plans. She wants me to to like do things, and I've had to chip it all away. Like I've had to chip it all away and let it go to be with her, and now she doesn't want to be with someone who's gutted and emptied out. It sucks. She says she still loves me. She's still concerned about me. Um, says I'm getting too skinny. I say she always tried to keep me too fat. She's, we've been talking a little bit about how I ruined things for her. I made things bad for her, and I'm listening. I'm taking it. I'm accepting my responsibility, my fault, and I want to talk to her about her stuff again that I've tried to talk to her about, so she can bring it up to her therapist and she can like work through her shit. Yeah. Yes. Yes. She's always been loading me up with like false dichotomies and stuff like that. And if any time I tried to do anything that would actually like advance me forward and move me along the path that I wanted to, she was in opposition of it. But if it was any sort of like juvenile destructive shit, she didn't like it, but she would be more permissive of that. So she would not. I always want to have to frame it like you deserved it, but you never do. Yeah, yeah. And I'm in a stage where like I look like the asshole because of the reactive abuse, because of how I've reacted after years of being put down and the anger that has risen. And yeah, yeah, yeah. You feel crazy. You feel really fucking crazy. Yeah, yeah. I went through a point in the marriage where I was ready to go, but I couldn't go. Yeah, yeah, yep. Yes, it is. Yeah, yep. And that's the terrifying part. Is like no one will believe you. Like if I talk to my best friends, if I talk to the best man in my wedding and I tell him this shit, he would probably hit me. I shit you not. He's a big dude, bigger than me. I'm 6'2", 210 pounds. This dude is larger than me. He would haul off and just fucking deck me for saying shit about my wife. I mean, in the beginning of the relationship, she told me that all my friends liked her more than me, and if we ever broke up, they would be her friends and not mine. And I absolutely believed her. And, in most of the cases, I still do. Yeah. And now I didn't want to be like this. I didn't want to turn into this at 44. I didn't want to, I did not want this. I did not want this. But I am going to jump through her hoops. I'm going to do whatever the fuck she wants me to do. And in the end, it's probably still not going to be good enough. What kind of woman are you? What the fuck kind of question is that? I was cut off from a few friends I had and made sure to tell no one whatever. That is, yeah. Again, I'm really sorry. That is some damn abuse. My wife isn't. She's not that bad. She's really afraid of losing me, and like she says, she just wants me to be happy. Like it's not. It's. I hate to like cry about how abusive the relationship is and then talk about how great she is, but she is. Like she says she just wants me to be happy, but she doesn't seem to believe that I thought I was happy. I really thought that I had, yeah, I really thought that I had found a place of peace, but I haven't worked in 6 months. I I don't help her. I don't contribute. I've had serious issues working and maintaining a job in this relationship, and I've gotten way too codependent on my wife over the years to the point where, and we're trying. We're really, really trying. Like we went out 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I finally went to one of her dance classes. Yeah, yeah. Our infidelity in our relationship is not physical. We're not like she has emotional affairs with other people where when she makes a new friend, I feel like I get a little bit lower on the totem pole. There's the relationship with her father and her brother, and like the fact that she's spending more time working on the family that she grew up in than building a family with me. And that's always been an issue. It's yeah, she meets new people, she gets these new interactions, that narcissistic social supply. And this is part of the reason why I'm with her is I'm antisocial. Like I'm the type of dude where people have to come to me and be like, dude, come on, let's go do something. Otherwise I will just sit around all day. Like that's I got a little bit of the autism, a little bit of the ADHD, and I had a pretty traumatic upbringing with a hyper religious, abusive, handicapped mother who basically raised me to be a service animal for her. Like the only real upbringing I had was anything that would benefit her and her disability. Other than that, she really didn't have any interest. Yeah, yes, absolutely. And that's why she talks over me on my own phone conversations and talks over me in public. And she gets this high off the social interaction. Yeah. And it shuts me down, it boxes me out, and then she's mad at me because I don't want to go out and socialize with her. Yeah. And there's so many times when we're out with other people and it feels like she doesn't love me as much as she loves the idea of me. Like she loves the theory of me, but she doesn't like me in practice. It's like, when we talked the other day and like, what is it that you actually like about me? She says, I like your intelligence, I like your wit, I like your high moral stance and how you look at the world in a different perspective. But when it comes to all those things in our relationship, she doesn't think I'm intelligent. She doesn't think I'm witty. She doesn't think that I'm moral. Like, she just, yeah. And again, it's all her father's manipulative bullshit. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, I have that attitude with a lot of my friends. It's not just my wife. I believe a lot of people in my life only love the broken version of myself. I actually had a family member get mad at me and call me up and chew me out because for once I spoke my mind and I was upfront and I called them out on their bullshit. And the consequence is that this family member, this woman who was like a second mother to me growing up, said, "We are not family anymore. After this, we are not family anymore. Do you hear me?" And she had kind of set in a chain reaction of events with her own negligence that kind of led to this rupture between me and my wife. I mean, we've had issues for a while, but her negligence, her not looking out, her not communicating things to me or to my wife when it was important has definitely led to this rupture. And yeah, and then just to be told, we are not family anymore. It absolutely confirms that for so much of my life, I've had to be a doormat. I've had to play this part. Like, have you ever seen Lambert the Sheepish Lion? You know what? I've been wanting to watch that on a stream. That is the metaphor for my life. That is, yeah, yeah. Um, Pop open a new window. Go YouTube. No, I can't let this hit the floor. If this gets on the floor, my rabbit will chew the soft rubbery coating off of it. He's already done it to one. He's a monster. Ah, the empath snaps. Why a fed up empath becomes the most dangerous kind. Yeah, I hate to use the word like I'm an empath, but I actually have a condition called empathetic epilepsy. And what that means is I get so caught up in other people's emotional distress, and in particular, like, that's not what I wanted. Pain, like, there are certain scenarios that I used to hear about, like people suffering, that would get me so worked up, I would have full mole seizures. And yeah, that's empathetic epilepsy. It's a shit condition. And it's where you desperately want to help people, but you're so overcome with an overload of emotions that your body just short circuits. It's an overload of neurological activity that the hardware isn't designed to actually take. But I'm sure she's talking about how I'm a narcissist and I'm unempathetic, and really I have to shut myself down. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, I have to be pretty closed off to get through a day. Like, there are plenty of times where, like, I fawn. It could be a trauma thing, or something else, but I fawn over people. Like, you can be my worst enemy, but if I see that you are in trouble and you're hurting, there's still a part of me that wants to help. It's really hard for me to be completely, like, cruel. Yeah, yeah, and I hate it. I hate that I have to be an asshole to do it, but yeah. So that's the whole thing. This, yeah. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute my mic on this. I've been wanting to watch this for a while. I guess this is, like I said, this is the metaphor. This is the allegory that I relate to from my childhood, from my upbringing. I think it'd be good to, like, I don't know, kind of touch grass, as it were.
Once upon a time, a springtime, as a matter of fact, a nighttime.
Okay, never mind. The production quality on this is just shit. 1952. We were talking about old timey cartoons. Yeah, that's too bad. Sure, it's got to be some legal stuff. If you've never seen it, it's a pretty good story. It's about a lion who's raised by sheep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it is. You should definitely check this out. I'm not gonna play this version. It's jumping around too much for me. I'll see if I can find, like, another version. But yeah, it's a recurrent character. What's this? Full playlist?
Lambert was a lion who was raised by.
No. Um. Social line, Lambert the sheep, rhythm and rhymes. Do Lambert, El Leon Cerdeo? No. It's an ugly duckling? No. But yeah, it's a story about a lion cub. Yeah, you should check it out. But being raised like hardcore Christian my whole life. Very strong turn the other cheek mentality. Thank you. I've actually been told that my whole life. Yeah. I used to do the children's stories at church. I used to be a youth pastor. Um, I actually write. I finished the first chapter. I think I finished the rewrite of my first chapter of a novel I finished quite a few years back, like on this stream this morning. And I went into drawing to just sort of like change transitions a little bit. But yeah, um, yeah, I'm definitely a storyteller. Unfortunately, if I wanted to, that could make me a really effective liar. Thank you so much. The wife, honestly, I don't think she cares anymore. I've made so many like starts and stops, and I've started so many projects that I never finish. She's just done with whatever minor accomplishment. I mean, after years and years of giving me praise for just ideas of things that I never do, she's just emptied out herself. Which I understand. I understand completely. I got a lot of quit in me. It sucks. It really, really sucks. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I wrote the book once, pretty glibly in a rushed sense, and I did a self publish on Amazon that I didn't promote. I used to draw all the time, like all day, the same characters from my book and stuff. And yeah, I never illustrated it, never got around to doing a cover. It's like when I went to college for game design and animation, the all the classes and all the stress that I was under, and the problems in my marriage just completely fucked me up. Like I lost my love of art, and it made it really hard to draw and be creative and get back to myself. And I'm still struggling to try and get that back. Yeah, I want to get back to that. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm practicing. Um, Again, getting clean, trying to stay sober, because that's been a major part, a major issue in our relationship is just how high I have stayed the entire time. I've had a serious issue with marijuana to help regulate my emotions and keep me in check. Awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You end up detached from what you used to love. Yep. I still love her. I still believe, like, if she could be a self-aware narcissist, if she could reach that level of awareness and deal. And what I'm really afraid of, and I am in such terror of this, is when her father finally dies, it's gonna hit her. All the crap she's been hanging on to, all the approval she's been working for and never got, it's all gonna come crashing down, and she's gonna take every single bit of that out on me. And I figure it would last for like a year. That I would have to like wait it out. Yeah, yeah. And I'm trying to work it out just to get to that point. Like, I have a temper. I have a lot of irrationality. I have a lot of high emotions. And so she left claiming that she's afraid of me. Because, like, I collect swords and weapons and martial arts equipment and stuff like that. But I am so terrified of my wife It's pathetic. Like, I mean, she's hit me a couple of times, and that's not so bad. But she's menacing. She gets scary. She raises a fist. She threatens to throw things, and it's the same shit that I see from her father. That's what it is. It's the manipulation and the control tactics that we pick up from our parents. Yeah, yeah, I am. I'm scared of my wife. Every morning when she gets up, I have to make sure that I have her coffee started and that she sees the cat, and then I'm okay. And then I can tell her how beautiful she is. Because I love it when she gets up in the morning and she's shuffling out and her hair is all messed up and she's got that line going down her face from a pillow crease and she's got the sleep crusties in her eyes and crap like that. I love that version of her. That is my favorite version of her. Because she's going to have her coffee and then she's going to spend an hour in the bathroom doing her hair, doing her makeup, trying to make herself look perfect because she claims that's how she needs to be for me. And I think that shit is ridiculous. I really do. I think a dolled up woman is beautiful in that it shows her style. It shows her taste. It gives you an indication of who she is inside, but it's not the real beauty. It's not the true face. So that's something that you got to wait out in order to see. Yeah, I don't like illusions. I like the real thing. But yeah. So, but I don't tell her enough. I don't make her feel special enough. And she's turning 45 today, and she's looking on to the next stage of her life. And she said like she doesn't need to be with somebody who hasn't grown with her. And she has. She's grown. She's evolved. She's become a wonderful professional and has a bright future ahead of her. But she doesn't need my dead weight ass anymore. So I think she's telling me I need to find a job and I need to find a place. And she says that she will move into that place with me when I find it. I've never gotten my own place before. I went from my mother's house to living with my wife, and she did everything. So I'm really scared. After years of just shutting down, I yeah, it's like Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. That's what it feels like I'm in. That's a little game came out in 1993 on the Game Boy where you play as Link and you're stuck on this little island and it turns out the island is all just a dream and your love interest Marin is part of that dream and you're not the hero of the story. You're there to wake the windfish. You're there to destroy the island and escape from the dream. And in the end, there's no fireworks, there's no acclimate, you just wake up adrift in the sea on some debris, and that's the end of the game. It's really weird, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm waking up from the dream, and I'm gonna be lost in the ocean. It's freaking me out. I feel the same way. I can't let go no matter how bad people are to me. It's pitiful, but I always said I can take anything as long as they never leave. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's part of her. Yeah, how can anyone say pure love and loyalty isn't good enough? But if she has to do all the work, if she mentioned, I made her hate cooking. I made her hate cooking because she had to go to the store. She had to buy all the groceries. She had to make the list, plan out the meals. She had to bring it all home, put it in the fridge, prepare the meals, cook the meals, serve me the meals while they were still hot to make sure that I actually ate. And then she had to do all the dishes. And so she just stopped cooking one day and said, I hate cooking. So, like, I made her hate cooking by not helping her out in that respect, by not getting off my ass, by not cleaning up. I've spent so much, again, it's the marijuana. It's absolutely the marijuana. As soon as she left, I really approached that issue and I stopped smoking. It's been 2 days since I've had a single hit. It's been 3 days since I smoked a bowl. Before that, I took like 3 days off, and I've been like slowly weaning myself down. But it messes with your motivation. It messes with your dopamine, and dopamine is, they say it's the joy chemical, and really it's your motivation. It's what keeps you going. So if you're constantly filling up, loading up on dopamine every day, every morning, just to start your day, you're not gonna have any incentive, any drive to keep going. And I've been doing that to regulate my negative emotions for a long time. And then it's also, you know, your perspective of reality is directly affected by your dopamine as well. Yeah, and I've had clinical depression for most of my life and didn't even realize it until like 2 years ago when I discovered L-tryptophan, which boosts the level of serotonin in my brain naturally. L-tryptophan is what you get from like turkey legs. Yeah, I don't trust the medical professional prescribed stuff. I think it's all just hack science. I think you can find a lot of what you need in nature. That's why it exists. Serotonin poisoning. Oh, geez. So yeah, that's way too high a dose. What I would recommend if you're, if you want to check it out, is L-tryptophan. Oh God, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. But L-tryptophan and L-theanine. So L-tryptophan is what you get in turkey. It's all natural amino acid. So is L-theanine. L-theanine is what you get from green tea. And what L-theanine does is it will raise your serotonin levels, it will raise your dopamine levels, and it will raise your GABA levels if they are low. But if they are high, it will lower them down to a decent level. So green tea might be like all you need. Now, personally, if I just drink green tea, I notice there's a little bit of irritability in me. But yeah. Whew. And then L-tyrosine is what you can do for dopamine production. Just been fighting with it. Nostalgia and weed cartoons are my life right now. Yeah. Yep. I've been through that phase. I have been through that phase, and unfortunately, it's kind of what's gotten me here. I hope you'll be okay. But yeah, it's tough to cope. Yep. Yeah, I'm like that with some of my favorite shows too. Really sorry about your foreclosure. That sucks. I need a little heat. 622. 622, Lou. What you think? Should we go out? Should we do our walk and talk? Should we do that? Should we transition? Yeah. And instantly I am too hot. So yeah, today's gonna be a rough day. I really appreciate a sympathetic ear. I really, really do. The fuck? Oh my. So you're paying him rent and then he just stops paying the mortgage. So he's still collecting money and. God, what a piece of shit. Okay. So you're just kind of squatting for now. That's cool. And what sucks about having to give up the house is I have hated this house so many times. I've wanted to leave this house on so many separate occasions, and I've had to make peace with it so many times that I'm okay with it now. I've reached, yeah. It usually is. That's the problem. It usually is a free ride into chaos. I've made peace with this home, so I'm okay with it. And but now that she's got a problem with it, we got to move. Now that she just can't be here anymore, and she pulled this on. We had our 20th anniversary. We went up north. We stayed at a cabin. We made love. We held each other and watched the stars. We tried to reconnect. I told her the next 20 years are gonna be better, babe. That we're gonna change. I'm gonna. I'm. You know. I'm. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be better. I swear. And then we got home, and I came back down here, where I've spent so much of my life, so much time. And she went upstairs, and I started tooling away. I started researching on ChatGPT. What can I be broadcasting on Twitch in order to get a better following? What would a 40-year-old man, what can I broadcast that's going to get me a better following? What's going to help with that? And researching stocks for the next week so I could make some sound investments and make whatever change I could, you know? And she couldn't stand that. It to her, it just felt like everything that's been going on for years. And she came down and basically told me she wanted me to get out of the house. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I won't. She's impulsive as hell and just sort of like jumps into everything, and I love that about her. I like to plan every single possible step. I want to make sure we know exactly what's happening. Yeah, yeah, yep. Um, yeah. So she comes down and she tells me she wants me to leave. She wants me to pack up everything I want to take with me and all my animals. All my animals. My dog, my cat, my rabbit, and my bearded dragon in his 120-gallon terrarium. She wants me to take all of those and move in with my uncle, who is living in my grandmother's house, the next day. That's what she wanted me to do, was get all my stuff and just get out. Yep, yep, yeah, yeah. And again, this was the day that we got back from our 20th anniversary. And this is narcissistic abuse in its finest form. It's love bombing over the anniversary. It's detachment by taking it all away. And then it's the crying and saying that this broke my heart to do, and it's the hardest thing that I've ever done. And now we're in that trauma bonding where I'm jumping through hoops and trying to win her back. That's exactly what it is. I know that that's exactly what I'm caught up in. And I'm a willing, active participant of it because she refuses to see what it is. She refuses to deal with her own issues. And yeah, so I just got to keep going along with it. I got to save our marriage, and I feel like I got, yeah, I, yeah, yeah. I am way too self aware. I've had way too many people ask me what the hell is wrong with you and spend so much time sitting and trying to figure it all out. I've become way too self aware. Yeah. Yeah. And the problem with a narcissist um, is they love you for all the aspects of your personality that they do not possess. Like, you possess natural traits that they wish that they had and could have for themselves. And that's why they attach to you. But then they end up hating you for it because they're not capable of it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's a fight. It's a fight within me. I'm struggling so hard. So hard. And that's why I'm streaming today. That's why I'm keeping the camera on me. Because I don't trust myself to be alone with myself right now. It's really tough. It's really, really tough. Fuck me. Damn. But life goes on, c'est la vie, and I'm gonna get through this. Not exactly how or what kind of shape I'm gonna be in afterwards, but um, I gotta reach out. I gotta reach out for help for the sake of finding a job. For the sake, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm just in a really rough spot right now. Really, really rough spot right now. Yep, back to eraser mode. This pen is annoying. Yeah, thank you. I know. Yeah. And yeah, I've let myself be too distracted. I've relied on like recreating the childhood that I never got to have for too long. I had a whole second childhood in this marriage. That was by turning her into mommy and buying the toys that I never had as a kid because that felt fulfilling and shit. And now I'm looking around at all the distractions that I focused on instead of my marriage, and they make me sick. They make me just sick to look at. I'm having a really, really hard time with myself, and I've got this nightmare that I'm gonna end up in a studio apartment or my uncle's basement or something, surrounded by my pets and my toys and all the stupid things that I put such priority on for so long to keep me distracted and satisfied with no one to play with, no one to be with, and just lonely, like some sad dragon with a pathetic treasure. So I'm trying to get rid of it all. I'm trying to sell it all. I'm trying to get. I can't look at it. It's. I got stuff going up on Facebook Marketplace, and I got it going on eBay, and yeah, get rid of all these childish preoccupations. And yeah, sucks. And I'm trying to cut off the old me. I've been trying for a while, but you know, I asked the wife for help. I just get yelled at. So thank you so much for joining me on this stream. It's 6:30 a.m. where I'm at, and I have to eat. I have to eat something. Yeah, I guess. But it was an affair. That was our infidelity. I had toys and video games and hentai and porn and weed and like everything to like help me cope with life. That was an indiscretion. That was an affair. That was me seeking some form of satisfaction for the respect that I was not getting in my marriage because men cheat for respect. And for her, it was, her interactions with other people and wanting all that attention. So we've both been unfaithful to each other. Not physically, not romantically, but we've both been unfaithful and put things ahead of our marriage when we should not have. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, putting anything ahead of her, that was an affair. That wasn't fair to her. But I gotta go. I gotta eat. I'll be streaming in a little bit while I walk my dog. I've been doing a walk and talk lately, out in the air, getting sun, taking Lou out. I also do a stream now, taking care of my pets, doing the feedings and cleanings and stuff. So, um, still deciding what this channel is going to be, but a mix of philosophy, starting over, and pet care. Animal husbandry, beast mastery stuff. Um, I like animals because you get to. Sorry. Animals give you an opportunity to practice kindness without being taken advantage of. Okay, cool. All right, have fun. All right, peace out. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Try to remember if you can be just 1% better today. That's an improvement. You can keep that up for a year, you will have turned your whole life around. Peace out.